All right. Hey, little Barb, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Um, so as soon as I can get Alice here, or maybe I can just start uh, with get started with what we have here. It would be fine
We
too.
just we
But
just went
first,
live on File Play,
I see that. That's freaking amazing.
isn't
But
it?
first, I wanted to run this little banner across the bottom. So I'm pretty dang excited about that.
Woohoo!
Yeah, this morning I was $3.99, and I just logged in, and when I logged in to,
Yay!
yeah, I finally hit 400. I feel so much closer to 500 now. Uh,
I'm going to try to add this thumbnail on the fly. I don't know if it'll let me, but I'm going to try
oh, okay.
because I can't add the thumbnail until we go live, and
Oh, okay.
it won't because I don't. It's not my schedule. It's yours, right? Right.
Uh,
I
Yep.
just
Here
got
we
a
go. It's going.
notice that you posted a video.
Well, we're live.
Yeah, well, okay.
Okay. It let me. It let me do that. So
all right.
sweet.
Great.
We have a new sub in the chat, Lynn Stanton.
Yes,
Welcome.
Welcome, Lynn.
Lynn is a new sub in. Oh, gotta mute all my mics here. Lynn Stanton is in Foul Plays. She's subbed in Foul Play, it looks like.
Awesome.
So I know,
That
isn't
is
that
correct.
awesome? Isn't that cool? Case 10, 400. I've only been trying to do that forever. Hey, TJ. Okay, well, Lynn Stanton, also, if you want to journey over into my stream, you can sub at mine as well and put me over 400. You could be number 401 today on
I'll
my
drop her a
channel.
link. I'll drop a link.
Okay. um, well, so Kay, you have to leave in what, 40 minutes?
At 10 till.
Okay.
Yep.
So, why don't we, well, let's see.
Do you want me to read Alice's part, what she was gonna read?
I think you're Kim Davis.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I thought
yeah,
you were Kim Davis.
No.
Yeah,
you are because she's leaving.
Yeah, Blinker.
Okay.
Yeah.
I I thought you might want to do it. You want to do it for a half hour or so?
Dr. Silkman in the chat.
Hey, Dr. Silkman.
I could
Hey,
read
Silky.
Alice's part until she pops in.
Okay. All right, and then I will read. So that's Jack. Let's see. You'll be Gigger's part. Susan will be. Nope. Yes, Susan will read Kim Davis. Scott Adams will be Jack, and I'll do the court. Does that work? Yeah, I think that'll work.
Good.
Lynn
right.
Stanton subbed. You're over here,
Woohoo!
401, Rhonda.
You're number 401, Lynn
Woohoo!
Stanton. Woohoo! I wish I had something to give you. Party favors and all that good stuff are flowing right now. Thank you so much. Okay, so what we're doing today, me too. I just kind of noticed that 1000 plaque, Paul Ward. I never knew about that, but I've been watching some other channels, just some comedy stuff I've been watching. And there's this plaque that they have for when they've reached 100,000. And I'm like, yes, that's what I want. I want that 100,000 YouTube plaque.
Yeah. Who
Thanks, Dr.
doesn't?
Silkman. So anyway, well, I want to get started. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll start with, well, let me close that really quick. Sorry. I'm lost. Oh, it's because I am in StreamYard. Oh gosh, there's so many things here now. Okay. So we're going to start with Kim Davis's, and this trial testimony for Kim Davis is it's testimony as to Adara Gardner's case. And some of it's going to sound familiar, but that's okay because it's been several weeks ago and a lot has been learned since then. If you haven't watched Dr. Silkman's presentation, please go back and watch it, and we'll get someone to put the link for that in the chat so that you can. Well, there will be two links. One that will be the entire show from that night, and then there will be one that'll be just the presentation by itself. So as soon as I can get another person on the panel here, we'll go ahead and get those in the chat for you. Okay. So for now, we're going to go ahead and start with cross-examination from
Cross?
direct. This is why, like I said, this is why Kay and who as many people as I can to help me, I have to have here, because I will make a mess. Okay, so yes, it is. It is of old news now. Yes, you're absolutely right, Paul Ward. I need to change it to 401 and up, 400 and climbing, 401 climbing. So let me just go ahead and take that down or change it. I could just as
while you're doing that, so everyone understands how this trial was laid out. We're reading from the end of the trial right now. Adara was the last accuser that they presented at trial, but they had detectives Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory second chair, as Kim said, the trial. So they were there for the entire trial, sitting at the prosecution table, and they were called after every accuser to testify. So they took the stand, well, at least 13 times.
That is ridiculous.
I know, but so
that poor jury.
Yeah, no kidding. Through a crowdsourcing effort, we were able to get Adara Gardner's complete section of the transcript, and that's what we've been presenting the last several weeks. So hopefully when we're able to get them all, Rhonda will be able to present the whole transcript intact.
Yeah, and yes. And what I will do, I'll try to do it this weekend, but I'm not going to make any promises. Next week, we're going to read the closing argument. It's pretty long, as you can imagine, but we're going to read the entire closing argument next week. And so it's going to be interesting. But what that's going to kind of do, even though it's a lot of it's going to be manipulated and lied about from the prosecution side, that's going to kind of nutshell each accuser, because as the closing starts, they go through the accusation of each accuser, the prosecution does, and kind of highlight, the nasty, dirty, ugly of each accuser's testimony or statement. So
it's
if you
good to have a hindsight on that.
What's that?
Well, it's good to have hindsight on that.
Yeah. And for people who are pretty brand new to this case, it will give them, albeit a skewed view or window, it will give you a window into each accuser from start to finish, because that's how they will do it. So we're going to read that next week. And then after that is my goal to put what transcripts I have now are going to go into Adara Gardner's room in my Discord. So each of the accusers has their own room in my Discord channel, and I will put all of the trial transcript pertaining to Adara Gardner will go in her room, so that you can go there and grab them and read them yourself if you want to. So with that being said, I'm going to remove something really quick so I don't have. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with the court, who I will read for now, and we're going to get going. So starting on line 7. All right. You can call your next witness.
Kim Davis, Your Honor, as to Adara Gardner.
Detective Davis, let me remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Detective, in regards to your investigation of the allegations made by Adara Gardner, let me ask this so that I don't forget later. The location of Miss Gardner is over one of the last scene that we drove by. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest part of Oklahoma City off of Blackwelder in between 14th, in between Blackwelder and Indiana.
Right.
Do you recall when Captain Boxwell testified about the redistricting of Spring Lake Division?
Yes.
Okay. On June 17th of 2014, did the area that Officer Holtzclaw was assigned to patrol include now that part of town over on the west part of town as well?
Yes.
So as far as him being in that location, that would have been part of his redistrict area that he was supposed to be patrolling?
Correct.
All right. With that, ma'am, can you explain to the jury how is it that Adara Gardner first came onto your I don't want to use the word why did you start looking for her and why did you reach out to Miss Gates initially to try to find Adara Gardner?
Once we found out that Kayla Lyles was not a DNA match to the unidentified female, we decided to look at every female he ran, starting before he was put on administrative leave, like taking the day of administrative leave and working backwards.
Ma'am, and that's fine. Is that a different approach than what you had been than what you've testified before about Lieutenant Musney bringing you a packet of individuals and saying go talk to this person?
Correct.
And explain the difference so that everyone's real clear on why it changed.
Well, I think I'd been through my packet and I still didn't have a DNA match. I think Detective Gregory had found all of his packet and we still didn't have one. So we thought we'd work backwards.
Those two Einsteins, wouldn't you think that would have occurred to them to work backwards from the beginning?
No, no,
Oh my God,
no.
they're incredibly intelligent.
I have to ask Detective. I have to ask Detective Blinker if she needs an eye break. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll swear to God, I'll stop.
And ma'am, during your interview with the defendant that happened on June 18th, had you talked to him about any other females that he had come into contact with that he had been sexual with or in a relationship with?
Yes.
And had you at this point eliminated the people that he had told you it was a possibility?
Yes.
That would include his girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Was there, other than his girlfriend, did he give you any names of anyone who he had been voluntarily involved with?
No, he didn't.
And the girlfriend, for the record, is Carrie Hunt, correct?
Correct. Correct.
All right, ma'am. So whenever you made this decision, how did you go about identifying Adara Gardner as someone that you wanted to potentially try to locate?
We got the crime information log and the Varuna log and to see what females he ran on, starting with 6/17, because he was put on leave on 6/18. So we started on 6/17 and wrote down all the names of every female that he had ran and started there.
So essentially, did you do the same thing, the same type of thing as you just looked on the 17th specifically? I guess the shift that would have gone into the 18th as well, and you went through Varuna and the CIU logs again?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Kayla Lyles came in contact with Officer Holtzclaw on June 18th in the early, right after midnight, correct?
Right.
Adara Gardner's contact did you determine based on the Varuna that it happened that same shift but earlier on the 17th?
Yes.
Let me ask this now while I'm thinking about it as well. You were in the courtroom today when Miss Gardner Adara testified that during your initial conversation with her, a subject about GPS was brought up. Do you remember that?
Yes. Blink,
Ma'am,
blink, blink.
you need to sniff some snot up your nose. That's what she does. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Ma'am, did you document in your reports whenever you initially looked at the GPS on Adara Gardner's case?
I did.
Was it before or after you interviewed her as documented in your reports?
After.
Okay. Give me the date specifically if you know them.
I interviewed her on October 24th, 2014. I pulled AVL on October 27th, 2014.
That interview with Miss Gardner was it recorded?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review the recording to see if GPS was mentioned during the actual audio recording?
It was audio video.
I'm sorry, audio video recording?
And yes.
And did you mention it to her during that?
Nope, I did not.
So based upon your review of that and the notes that you made and the reports that you made, was she mistaken about that?
She was.
In regards, ma'am, to the Varuna and the AVL, give me just 1 minute, please. You heard Miss Gardner, did you not, testify about how you eventually came into contact with her through her mother?
Yes.
And was it essentially consistent with your memory as to what she said about the different phone calls with the mother and trying to schedule it with you?
Yes.
Was there some hesitancy on her part to come in and talk with you initially as far as coordinating it?
Yeah. In fact, she missed an appointment and I called her mom back. And her mom told me that she had missed her flight out of Detroit.
And then subsequently, you scheduled it for that date in October?
Right.
Why don't he just testify for her?
I
mean,
know. All she has to say is yet correct and right and yes.
yeah, right. Go ahead.
All right, ma'am. I'm going to hand you, first of all, States Exhibit 382 and ask if you recognize what States Exhibit number 283 is.
382? Yes.
What is 382?
It's the crime information log sheet for June 17, 14.
Okay, that's CIU. It's who you run to see if there's warrants, correct?
Correct.
And is it an accurate reflection of the business records kept by OCPD for June the 17th, starting after 6:09 in the afternoon?
Yes.
All right. And I think I just asked you if it was accurate. I'll offer States 382.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibit 382 will be admitted.
Ma'am, when you interviewed Adara Gardner, did you essentially testify as far as factually as to the events that happened on June the 17th of 2014, the way she testified today?
Yes.
And did she tell you about the first contact with Officer Holtzclaw with her friends? I think she's referred to them as Face and Money.
No. Face and chocolate.
I'm sorry, you're right. Money's later. Face and Chocolate.
Correct.
Thank you for correcting me.
Correct.
Did did she tell you about that?
She did.
Ma'am, whenever you look at CIU log, this is June 17th. it'd be the third page of June 17th. Is that right?
Yes.
1809 would be 609. So these are the entries after 609 in the afternoon p.m.
Yes.
The last three entries, ma'am, on the page, it shows C45. Did C45 run those last three entries?
Yes.
And we have Nathan John Davis, Melody Coleman, and Adara Gardner, correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with the individuals that Miss Gardner told you were with her that evening?
Yes.
And is it consistent with her telling you that the officer ran all three of them for warrants?
Yes.
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
Rephrase your question.
Is it consistent with what she told you about the officer did in regards to running individuals?
Yes.
Ma'am, according to that, does it appear that there's a warrant for trespassing?
Yes.
All right. And that would be for Miss Gardner.
Yes.
The other two individuals, it doesn't say anything, but the dispatcher apparently did write down at least some indication of a warrant for Miss Gardner, correct?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what she told you?
Yes.
Ma'am, I believe that this is probably already in evidence from Kayla Lyles, the lineup. Did you get the lineup for June 17th?
Yes.
As well. So 358's already been introduced into evidence, ma'am, and 358 is the lineup for this shift beginning at 4 on June 17th and ending at 2 a.m. June 18th, 2014.
Correct.
And as we talked about yesterday in relation to Kayla Lyles, Officer Holtzclaw was on duty, including the time, which would be after 6 p.m. on the 17th.
Yes.
Ma'am, in regard to the Varuna run, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 385 and ask if you recognize what State's Exhibit 385 is.
Yeah. It's the Verona sheet of everybody he's ran or one page of it.
All right, and Adara Gardner, does her name appear on that?
Twice.
Okay, and is it an accurate copy of what was documented to you by the Oklahoma City Police Department Varuna records? And is it accurate?
Yes.
Offer states 385.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 385 will be admitted.
Now, ma'am, on 385, the first time Miss Gardner is run on June 17th is at what time?
Oh, 6:57 p.m.
Okay, and would that be consistent with the time that Officer Holtzclaw is purported via the log to have called and run her through the Crime Information Unit?
Yes.
On that same date, ma'am, does he also run Miss Gardner again at 21:26?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be 9:26 p.m.
Right.
Okay. Was that consistent with the Derek Gardner coming in contact again with Officer Holtzclaw later on that day?
Yes.
And was it consistent generally with the time frames that she told you about, remembering as to when she came in contact with him?
Yes.
Additionally, ma'am, later on that day at 11:56, right before midnight, it appears that he also ran Amanda Gates.
Yes.
Was that significant to you that he's now running Amanda Gates through the Varuna system?
Yes.
Why?
because it's right after the phone call that she got.
Ma'am, in regards to that phone call, first of all, the screenshot that's been put into evidence as states exhibit number 375, did she provide this to you?
Yes.
And did she provide it to you during her initial contact with her or during your initial contact with her, or was it later that she found it and gave it to you?
It was later.
Had she told you about that during your initial conversation with her?
She told me. She just didn't know if she said that phone had broke, but she'd have to find it. But she had saved it, and once she found it, she'd send it to me.
And ma'am, the photographs that were taken of Miss Gates' house, were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And was it an accurate reflection of the way those photographs were, the way the house appeared?
Yes.
Do you remember when you took those photographs?
I can tell you.
Yeah.
I think if I wrote the date down, October 27th.
So would have been some 4 months after the June event,
Correct.
but consistent with the time frames of you talking to Miss Gates and Miss Gardner.
Correct.
In the course of your investigation, ma'am, in addition to having that screenshot where the defendant's phone records, were the defendant's phone records also subpoenaed?
Yes.
And portions of those records, I think, have actually been introduced previously in the case in regards to Chardarion Hill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you states number 376 and ask if you recognize what that document is.
It's part of the phone records.
And is it consistent with what we were provided by AT&T via your subpoena?
Yes.
And is it accurate, ma'am?
Yes.
I'd offer states 376 subject to the previous stipulations, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
States
What are,
exhibit.
what are the previous stipulations?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to look that up.
Yeah, we'll have to look it up. The states exhibit 376 will be admitted.
Ma'am, I want Miss Gardner's screenshot. It shows the number 580-231-2028. Is that the number we identified as belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
And it shows 11:42 on June 17th, correct?
Correct.
If I put on states 376, the phone records are, is that Officer Holtzclaw's telephone number?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I go down to this call right here, it shows June 18th, correct?
Correct.
And then it shows 4:43, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is that UTC time?
Yes.
And ma'am, using the UTC converter, which is already in evidence for June, states number 362, okay? And I'll let you get oriented again. The top line is UTC time, correct?
Correct.
And the bottom line is Oklahoma City time, right?
Correct.
And if you move all the way over on it and you see where the top line UTC time switches over to June 19th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And 4 a.m. Well, hang on a second. I'm sorry. I need to back up. Before the 19th, we're talking June. The records show June 18th, correct? I wondered what the hell he was doing.
Right.
I need to back up because I just completely said a bunch of wrong stuff. Okay. Okay. So at 4, all right, it shows it to be 11, correct? In Oklahoma City?
Correct.
All right. So if the phone records doing the calculation are showing 443, 443, all right?
Okay.
The phone number 580-231-2028 is Officer Holtzclaw's number.
Correct.
And do you remember Miss Gates' testimony that her phone number at the time was 405-885-2949?
Correct.
So if you do the math, 443 on UTC time would be 1143 on Central Time, correct?
Yes.
With what her phone showed and what the phone records show?
Line 18K.
Oh, sorry. And her screenshot shows it coming in at 1142. So do you believe, although there's some seconds off there, that's consistent
Yes.
with what her phone showed and what the phone records show?
Yes.
Ma'am, in regards to that telephone call, you've heard the testimony today, have you not? Sorry, I lost my place.
Sorry, that's my fault. Line 1, just right there. The testimony today, have you not?
That earlier on June 17th, there was some type of a situation going on with Miss Gates and Adara Gardner, correct?
Yes.
And was in fact a police report made?
Yes.
Counsel was referring to that police report. In the course of your investigation, did you obtain that police report?
I did.
And in that police report, ma'am, does it indicate that Adara had essentially run away?
Yes.
Ma'am, when police reports are entered into the Varuna system, okay, so if I go back to the Varuna log, 285 shows that he ran Adara Gardner on June 17th twice, correct?
Correct.
All right. If a police report has been entered into the system, would it potentially show up and be available to an officer whenever they came in contact with someone?
Yeah. When they run them through Verona, yes.
In looking at the police report that was generated in response to Miss Gates calling about her daughter running off and getting into the altercation with her daughter, can you look at that report and see what time and date it was uploaded into the Varuna system?
Yes, you can.
Sorry.
And have you had an opportunity to do that?
Yes.
And do you remember what that is?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what it is, please?
June 20th, 2014 at 2:40 hours in the morning.
All right. So the officer that took the report in regard to Miss Gates and Miss Gardner having their altercation and then subsequently indicating that it was a runaway juvenile was not entered until 3 days later.
Correct.
So on June 17th, either at 6:57 in the afternoon or evening, or at 9:26 in the evening, or at 11:56 in the evening on June 17th, was that information available in the Varuna system?
No.
You heard the testimony today, ma'am, that Adara Gardner was unaware that a police report had been made calling her a runaway, correct?
Correct.
Did you find any evidence to the contrary during your investigation?
I didn't.
You heard Miss Gates testify just a few minutes ago that Adara was not there whenever she made the police report. Did you?
Correct.
Have you found any evidence that would indicate that she told Adara before June 20th before June 17th of 2014 that police report had been made?
Object to the form, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No.
Therefore, do you have an opinion based upon the reports of OCPD as to whether or not the information that Adara was a runaway on June the 17th at 6:57, at 9:26, or at 11:56 was available to Officer Holtzclaw?
It wasn't available.
So if Officer Holtzclaw, when he made the telephone call at 11:42 or 11:43 on June 17th, asking for Adara, had you found anything in your investigation that would have indicated Officer Holtzclaw knew that she was a runaway?
Nope.
In fact, have you found evidence that would indicate he was not aware of that?
Well, it wasn't in Varuna, so he couldn't have been aware of that.
Do you want me to hand this over to Alice or carry on?
That's up to Alice if she's ready.
If you could carry on just for a few more minutes, Kay, then I'll jump in.
Gotcha. And now I've lost my place. Where am I?
Line 2.
Did Adara know it to tell him?
No.
And did you learn of any other conversation he had with Amanda Gates other than the brief conversation on the phone where she became irate at him?
Nope.
And that was at 11:42 that night?
Right.
Ma'am,
I'm really sorry, but I'm really getting fucking annoyed.
yeah.
This is insane how much.
Well, he's just testifying for her.
Gosh. And nobody's objecting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It's really getting obnoxious, but okay, carry on.
Ma'am, I'm gonna now ask you about field interview cards. Did you have an opportunity to see if Officer Holtzclaw filled out a field interview card as to face, Chocolate? It would be Mr. Davis, Miss Coleman, or Miss Gardner.
Correct.
And did you look for that?
Yes.
And what did you find?
Nothing.
If Officer Holtzclaw had engaged in conversations with Face and learned information from Miss Coleman that Face was selling ice and providing different types of narcotics to juveniles in the area of 14th and Indiana or 14th and Blackwelder, would that be something that you would expect as an officer that would be documented in a field interview card?
Yes.
Was it significant to you that it was not documented in that regard?
Oh, yes.
Can you think of a reason a patrol officer, if he came into contact with a 17-year-old juvenile, was receiving information from the people that she was with, that the adult that she was with was in fact selling drugs, would not document that in some way?
I can't think of a reason.
Now, Rhonda, am I confused, or wasn't it Mike that was selling the ice?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, although Nathaniel has a history of selling drugs, I don't remember any sort of interview where he's told, where Melody told.
No, she didn't.
I think Giger got all that confused, and Davis is just happy to go along with it, unless I'm mistaken.
Or Giger's just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, intentionally.
Yep.
I don't think he's confused. I think he did it intentionally.
Yep.
Probably.
But,
well, it's more of a he's targeting Adara, and he didn't really have these conversations, so he didn't document anything. But he said that these conversations occurred, blah blah blah. It's basically he's trying to eliminate Face and Chocolate because Daniel's focus was on Adara. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what he's doing. He's just trying to make it dirtier than he already
Yep.
has.
Yep.
He's such a fucking pig.
Um,
So basically what we're kind of chatting about here is that there was never an interview done with, well, first of all, they never did interview Nathaniel Davis, who was Face. They never could find him to even interview him. But Melody Coleman, who was Chocolate, they did interview, but she never, ever, ever said anything about Face selling ice. Never. Now, Mike, on the other hand, who had came and opened the door, Jimmy'd opened the door for Adara that night. He was selling ice, and that's who Melody referred to in her interview was Mike selling ice, not
Ah.
not
Not
Face.
not Face.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, real quick, Becca, because yes, it's my stream, it's my show tonight. Right now, it's my live, but Foul Play has joined my stream as a guest and is streaming also on Foul Play. That's how that's working. Okay. All right. Carry on.
9/11.
in regard to the field interview, I'm sorry, states 359, ma'am, is already in evidence. And this is Mr. Holtzclaw's activity log from June 17th. We talked about that yesterday with Miss Lyles. Do you remember?
Yes.
June 17th, states exhibit number 359. We talked about yesterday about how the last entry was on subject at 16th and Lottie, but did not indicate going to the school at 18th and 19th and Miramar, correct?
Correct.
But did not indicate going to the school at 18th.
Hello? What's
What
happening?
An echo.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. Okay, carry on.
If I back up to the time period of about 6:50 in the afternoon, does it show that he did a traffic stop and went out on subjects at Park and Blackwelder? And is that the area essentially of where
Sorry.
Face, Chocolate, and Miss Gardner were initially stopped, according to her?
Yes. Park is 1 block north of Northwest 10th Street.
All right. And it shows from 1850, which would be 6:50 to 7:15, correct?
Correct.
So he did document that contact.
Yes.
Later, does it show a contact at the time periods of 9:30 to 9:45, correct?
Yes.
And that shows out on subject and 1727 Northwest 14th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the house that Miss Gardner was residing in with her mother is actually at 1729 Northwest 14th Street, correct?
Correct.
So for whatever reason, the address is not exactly accurate. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
But it does show that, correct?
Yes.
All right. And does it show Officer Holtzclaw making any telephone calls to Amanda Gates or an individual on his activity to check the welfare of a juvenile?
Nope.
Does it show that he drove by 1727 or accurately 1729 Northwest 14th Street to check on the welfare of a juvenile later that day?
Nope.
Well, mostly because he wasn't checking on the welfare of a juvenile, rather trying to inform a parent what the kid was doing. But whatever, Gigger.
Whatever lie that Gigger wants to, any way he wants to twist it.
Ma'am, do you remember when Miss Gardner was testifying today that she indicated to you the officer said, "I'll come back"?
Yes,
Did you find evidence in your case that he did in fact drive back by that day?
I did.
And what time was that?
It's around the same time he made the phone call.
In regard to that, ma'am, I want to hand you some other exhibits. First of all, State's Exhibit 278. Do you recognize what 278 is?
It's
J78.
weird. I keep saying 378. I keep seeing it.
It's
Oh,
378.
sorry. 378. Jesus. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and what is 378? Ah.
It's the AVL from the stop at Park Place in Blackwelder.
From the approximately 6:50 stop, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that consistent with the times that are reflected thereon? They're on. Oh, they're on.
Yes.
And is
Just really quick. Kay has to leave right now. Are you available, Alice, or do you want me to take over, or
Yeah, I can take over just now. Yeah.
are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Kay's gonna leave. They're gonna go celebrate her hubby's birthday. So
Have a great
Kay,
time, Kay.
yep. Now
All
you
Get us,
can,
get us a piece of cake.
yeah, for sure.
It's pie. It's apple pie.
Oh, my
Oh,
favorite.
yeah.
Just give me just give me an entire pie.
All right, guys. Catch you later.
Okay, take
Yeah.
care.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Did you want to read off of my screen, Alice?
Yeah, I'm reading off your screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Line 25.
25.
Line 20. Yep.
And is this an accurate document that we produced showing the location of the streets as well as the times of the AV hits that correspond with the CIU run and the Varuna run?
Yes.
Oh, for 378.
No objection, Your Honor.
The State's Exhibit 378 will be admitted.
All right, ma'am. 378. We are at that's Park and this street is Blackwelder, correct?
Correct.
And we've got times. I'm going to move it down to this group of AVL dots, essentially for about 6:50:12, showing a speed at 2 knots, continuing on through 7:05 p.m., 7 p.m., then 7:05, and then 7:10, all at 0 speeds at that location.
Correct.
And would that be consistent with what Miss Gardner told you about the initial contact with this defendant?
Yes.
Additionally, ma'am, did you have an opportunity to see if Officer Holtzclaw contacted the dispatcher for the crime incident report and radioed in that location?
Yes.
And you, 383, and ask if you can identify what 383 is?
Yes. It's the CAD call for that stop. CAD call.
And is that an accurate copy of what the CAD department gave you in regards to that stop?
Yes.
Offer states 383.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 383 will be admitted.
There's 383. It shows 16. Well, it shows 18:50 p.m. So that's 6:50 and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Again, there's no cars involved, but it's logged in as a traffic stop.
Correct.
If jurisdiction shows Spring Lake, is that consistent with the redistricting?
Yes.
That would include that area.
Yes.
The location is West Park Place in North Blackwelder.
Correct.
This call shows ending, well, it begins at 8:50 and ends at 19:09. So approximately 27 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And on this one, does it appear that Officer Holtzclaw closed this by contacting any dispatcher and going 10-8?
Correct.
Okay, I want to point out something I haven't shown you on some of the other exhibits, but I've asked you to refer on transports. It says no transports. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Well, it means he didn't go 1014 with anybody.
And on the other investigations as to other alleged victims in this case, I've asked you about transports and whether it was documented. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, correct?
Correct.
Gonna hand you States Exhibit number 379 and 380. Ask if you recognise what those two exhibits are, ma'am.
Yes.
What are they?
One of them is AVL when he picked Adara up and drove her to her house. And one is just a map that I've made with the red line just to make it clearer, the path.
Another summary map?
Yes.
And does it show the location of the initial stop as well, which would have happened a couple of hours before?
Yes.
And are they accurate copies of what were produced based upon the AVL data?
Yes.
I'd offer 379 and 380.
Can I see 380, please?
Mr. Gager?
Out. Line 6. Line 6.
Yeah, I needed to wait until Rhonda scrolled up. Yes.
Oh.
Oh.
No objection, Your Honor. I think Rhonda's muted.
Judge?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. States Exhibit 379 and 380 will be admitted.
Ma'am, in regards to the 379, all right, same type of thing. There's a case number on this exhibit, but that's your case number, not a case number that the officer, the defendant in this case, acquired based on his contact with Miss Gardner.
That's correct.
This location you have documented right here, is that park in Blackwelder?
Yes.
That's where the first stop happened.
Right.
The red line is showing what essentially the AVL shows as to when the second contact occurred.
Yes.
Scroll, Rhonda, scroll.
Line 24.
Ma'am, on 380, are we now basically focused on what would be 13th, which is down here, 14th, which is up here, and then this is Indiana?
Correct.
Blackwelder would be to the east of this map or to the right on this map. Maybe it's actually not shown, correct?
Correct.
Is the red dot the 1749 address?
29.
Oh, 29 address.
Yes.
1729 Northwest 14th, correct?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. At 9:19, we're seeing a speed of 3 knots. And then at 9:24, we are seeing a 0 speed, correct?
Correct.
And then the next time we have a speed moving, looks like that's double print for the next, but it's 19:28 and 22 seconds, right?
Right. Correct.
Would that be consistent with the time and location that Miss Gardner told you about her second contact with Officer Holtzclaw that evening?
Yes.
And is the duration given the 5 minutes, give or take, on the back end, on the front end, consistent with that as well?
Yes.
I'll move up. Does it appear that he travels from, we have 9:28:22 at 2 knots, and then the next one is 9:28:37. So it's not exactly a 5-second interval, but does it appear that he's going north at 13 knots?
Yes.
And then we get to the corner of, approaching the corner of Indiana and 14th. Now we're at 42 seconds past the 28-minute mark, and he's at 10 knots.
Yes.
Appears that he turns the corner, and we have a 50-second read at 10 knots, correct? 9:28:50.
Yes. Yes.
And then 9:28:56, 8 knots.
Yes.
Driving the direction towards Amanda Gates' home, the next speed is 7. And then, does it show 0 speeds 2 times? Let's see. At 9:39, well, 9:39:05, approximately 5 minutes later at 9:39:04, and the next hit would be just under, what is that? Just about 4 minutes later at speed 9, correct?
Correct.
And then the hit before that, we have a moving speed. The one before that is 9:29:04. And then the next 0 is not till 9:34, correct?
Correct.
So there's almost a 5-minute interval. Actually, 5-minute, 1 second interval, it looks like, right? From the last moving speed
Yes.
until, so there's about a 19-minute time period that he's at that location
Correct.
based on this AVL information.
Correct.
Was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because of what Adara said happened. Him following her up to the porch and then the assault.
I'm going to hand you 384. Is 384, what is 384?
Cat called for his stop at 13th and Indiana.
So this is the second stop, correct?
Okay,
Correct.
I'm gonna pause here for just a second. This is really monotonous. Even in court, what they're
Correct.
showing. Hello?
Yeah,
Oh, I was like,
Correct.
oh shit, am I muted? Yes, it is very monotonous and it's very irritating.
and on
all
purpose. And on purpose.
exactly, on purpose,
Yeah.
because he's just going through every little detail of this AVL, and he's trying to make it look very, he's at this speed, but then he stops and he's this and he's that. And and during this time when it's not showing anything at all, that's when he's sexually molesting her, right? Is really what is the point that he's trying to make, but he's doing it on purpose
Down
to,
south, we call that piling on.
piling on. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Piling on just to, again, confuse the jury, uh, make them feel like, and the way he's asking the questions, blah, 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 correct. And then she says yes, or she says correct. He's testifying, like Jack has mentioned. He's testifying. I'm
totally.
thinking back to the Murdaugh trial. And I remember whenever they had somebody up, then there was an exhibit that they were looking at, and stuff like this. That person would get off of the witness stand and go down to wherever the exhibit was being shown, and they would point to the places and say
That's right.
And he is just testifying for her so that he can manipulate the words and the way that the trial is going, and it's really starting to piss me off.
Totally.
You're way behind me because I got mad within probably about 3 minutes of listening to this crap. He is completely he's completely twisting the knife here.
He really is. And imagine how everybody who is feeling that's listening to this right now, imagine you're feeling the way you are. Can you imagine what the jury was thinking? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Let's go. This is
kidding.
Even with the visual that they had, he still manages to make it very confusing and very much more nefarious than what it was. And it's really frustrating. I'm wondering if I feel really bad. Crockett's like frustrated because he's trying to keep up with comments in both chats. And I really appreciate that. But
it's hard.
It is really hard. And so I just was wondering if I'm thinking that Cherie needed to go somewhere and Kay had to leave. And soon Susan's going to be leaving. It might just be me, Jack, and Alice reading all of this for too long. But I was going to see if I could get Cherie to moderate the questions in the foul play chat, but I don't think she's around either. So I'm really sorry if you're in foul play and you're trying to get questions answered or comments addressed. I'm really sorry that it's not working out quite that way, or quite that. I can't speak. Okay, Cherie says that she can jump in foul play now and address comments and questions in there, and so we'll try to do the best that we can over here on my channel to make sure that we can moderate questions and comments as well. So Jack, since you and I aren't really doing a whole lot of reading, if you can help me, if I need to address something, we can pause and we can do that. If you can watch that.
Yeah, I'll try to alternate back and forth. Yep.
Okay, and I think Cherie's going to go over and to foul play and moderate that chat.
Got it.
All right, thank you guys so much. Okay. Let's see. We can start on line 20 in just a second. Oops. Okay, there you go. I think
correct.
What time does it begin? Oh no, missed one. The one that the AVL that shows on the exhibit, that's on the screen.
Correct.
What time does it begin?
21/20/18. So 9:20 in the evening.
Is it accurate? The document, is it accurate from what the crime information unit gave you?
Yeah.
Not crime information, the crime incident report.
Correct.
See there, she could have easily have corrected them there and went, no, it's an incident report. But she just automatically says yes. He's trying to give her yes or
everything.
no. Yeah, he's trying to make her just answer yes or no questions. So he's basically testifying in the questions, that he's asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, reading this really pisses me off that this got let go the way it did.
Yeah, yeah. Offer 384.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 384 will be admitted.
Ma'am, in regards to 384, this is the document that records Officer Holtzclaw's putting himself out at 9:20:18 on June 17th, correct?
Correct.
It again shows traffic stop, but there's no car involved with this stop. Fair enough.
Correct.
The location shows Northwest 13th and North Indiana. Is that consistent with the AVL?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with what Miss Gardner told you?
Yes.
This stop starts at 21:20, so that's 9:21 p.m.
Right.
And it shows that it's closed at 9:28 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And on this one, it shows that the VisiNet mobile interface is that indicative of the officer not calling a dispatcher, but actually calling a call himself in the police car.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it significant to you that he closes it via his computer in his car at 9:28:22, while the AVL shows that he is still at the location up to 9:43?
Yes.
Why is that significant to you, ma'am?
Because after the assault, he stayed in her driveway and he told her that he might be back later before he actually left.
That didn't take 15 minutes, Kim. Sorry.
Really?
And in fact, is he clearing himself on the call some almost 14 minutes before he actually leaves the area?
Correct.
Is that consistent with your experience as a police officer should do? Close out a call before you leave?
No. No.
For a variety of reasons,
Yes.
including,
Officer safety
is one of them,
is one of them. Yes.
Oh my
ma'am,
God, they're completing each other's sentences. This is so outrageously horrible.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly,
Jesus.
exactly.
He wouldn't have coached her. I mean, come on. He's not like Ken Kratz. Come on. Don't be
Oh
like that.
God, these guys are disgusting. Okay, sorry. Okay, carry on.
Ma'am, also, I look at this same incident detail report, the same CAD call, States Exhibit number 384. When I look down to the transport information, did he tell a dispatcher that he was taking a juvenile in his car? A female juvenile in his patrol car?
No.
At least it's not documented, correct?
Correct.
And although we may have heard before, had the policies changed about what you're supposed to do whenever you transport a female, excuse me, a female at all with your dispatch if you're taking them somewhere?
They had not changed.
Would that be true even if you were only taking them approximately a block and a half?
You still have to call it in.
Is it significant to you that Officer Holtzclaw did not call in transporting a 17-year-old girl to her house?
Yes.
Ma'am, in regards to, may I approach again?
Approach.
I had asked you earlier, I think, Detective Davis, about whether or not you had checked to see if Officer Holtzclaw had done a field interview card on any of his contacts with this area gardener, correct?
Correct.
Show you States Exhibit number 40, which is already in evidence. Do you remember testifying earlier?
I'm sorry, Mr. Geiger. What was the?
I'm sorry, 40. 40. In regards to the search of Officer Holtzclaw's car that was done on June 18th.
Yes.
On June 18th, ma'am, do you recall this item being found in Officer Holtzclaw's car?
Yes.
And does it appear to be, and I'm not going to leave it up too long because it's got, I think, social security numbers on it. Does it appear to be the name and the birthday and social security of Melody Coleman and Andrea Gardner?
Yes.
Ma'am, when you saw that, and I can give it to you if you need to, is that the way you fill out a field interview card?
No.
Okay. If you were going to fill out a field interview card, I think that's red, so it would be a gang card, correct?
Correct.
Is the portion of those names, is the portion that those names are written on the back portion of the card, which I'm putting on the screen?
Yes. It's uh talking about scars, marks, and tattoos area.
Okay. But if you turn it over, if you're actually going to do a field interview card and turn this in so that that information is put in a database, you fill out the way it is, name, address, city, all those types of things.
Correct. And only one person goes on the card, except you write the other person in the associates.
After an officer completes a field interview card, what are they supposed to do with them?
They turn it in when they turn in their activity card.
All right. Is it significant to you that Adrena Gardner's date of birth, as well as Melody Coleman's date of birth, is on the back of a field interview card, but it's not referenced and it wasn't turned in?
Yes, he's just getting their information from them, writing it down so he can run them.
Okay. Is it significant to you that he would write down Melody Coleman's information, but leave out information about her being in a relationship with an ice dealer, having a juvenile with them, and having discussions about getting ice from Face? If that in fact happened?
Judge, object. It's assuming facts, not evidence, and ask that it be a. If I could approach,
All right, come up, but we're going to pause for a second here because this is just absolute. So the field interview cards,
Uh,
yes. Oh, I'm muted. Oh, am I not muted? Okay, sorry.
no, you're fine.
Okay, and you've got to leave in what, 10 minutes, Susan?
No, I have
Or
another
oh,
hour
you
on
have
the.
another hour. Okay, good.
Yeah,
So the field interview cards are yes, it's something that should be turned in. It wasn't from what Kay has explained to me. It wasn't something that was a must do, must be done immediately upon, at the end of each shift. It must be turned in. Um, he could there's field interview cards that were filled out that were in his car from other days, I believe, when they searched his patrol car. There were other field interview cards that had it's not good practice. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's okay because it but it
so
wasn't
so
something
so
that
Da-
was
so Daniel
scheduled
just wasn't
for.
that Daniel just wasn't that great at it.
Yeah, he just wasn't good at it. And you've heard Kay say before that he was bad. He hated the paperwork side of it, and that it wasn't like always his priority to. He wanted to be out on the streets, working, And to him,
That's why Sapper stopped being a cop because of all the paperwork.
the
The,
paperwork,
the
exactly.
administrative side, yeah, is ridiculous.
The
Yeah.
administrative
Yeah.
side, yes. And it was just, and it was, the time that he was having to take to fill out the FID card, or the field interview cards, was just obnoxious, annoying, and a waste of time. Not that it was a waste of time in that it was taking time away from him being out patrolling, basically.
And not only that, at that point in time, there's no way that Daniel could have known that Face was a ice dealer.
Face wasn't an ice dealer, though. That's the other thing I was going to address. He keeps saying was, it's significant to you that he would write down Melody Coleman's information, but leave out information about her being in a. She didn't leave out that. Maybe she did leave out that information, but it wasn't the person that Melody Coleman said in her police interview with Kim Davis that was the ice dealer was Mike, who lived down the street from Adara but wasn't her neighbor.
That Jimmy the door for.
Opened the door for her. He's the one who Melody Coleman says in her interview was the ice dealer. And that and it's just so shocking to me as we're reading through this that he's been able to get away with this. What's even more shocking is that he's not being called out on his lies.
Well, Adams is about to, though. It looks like.
Yeah, and Adams is, he's going to get, and that's just it. He's not making objections on these things right now, but we're going to, in the cross-examination, it's not going to be just yes and no answers to Kim Davis. So, because this has been a shit show listening to Giger testify for her and giving her just yes and no questions. This is insane to me. So, but yeah, it will pick up when Scott Adams does cross-examination. So I just wanted to say that Daniel was not committing some major policy violation or anything by not turning in all the field interview cards in a timely manner. It wasn't what they hoped or wanted or expected, but it wasn't a reprimandable offense, if that is a word.
Right.
So, okay, so we'll carry on now on line 8 with Mr. Adams.
Alrighty. This is total misrepresentation of what happened. What needs to be clear on the record is about Melanie Coleman and her friend with the other nickname. They told that to Detective Davis. I have never said that they ever told that to Officer Holtzclaw. They had told that to Detective Davis. And I was asking Miss Gardner whether or not she recalls in her interview that also she was with Melanie, and whether or not Melanie interviewed with her, and whether or not, because I got everybody, this information from Detective Davis's interview. Not from anything Mr. Holtzclaw ever told me. So what they've done is they've taken Detective Davis's interview where she interviewed all these people, and they've told them about being ice dealers for each other and all this stuff. And now they're trying to infer the knowledge upon Officer Holtzclaw when that was not what the evidence was. The evidence was that they told it all to Detective Davis. They never told it to Officer Holtzclaw. And so it's assuming facts, not in evidence, and I object to it.
Maybe I misunderstood counsel's cross-examination of the witness before, but I object to it all being hearsay, and I was overruled and it was allowed to come in. So that's why I was going there to begin with.
You're muted, Rhonda.
Correct.
Sorry. Oh, heck. Okay. Well, your questions about if these people are ice dealers or anything, is it significant that wouldn't be written down?
That's what my question was. As far as field interview cards go,
Okay, and again, Adira Gardner never said that they told that to Officer Holtzclaw. The only person in this room that they ever told that to is Detective Davis, who's on the stand. They're trying to make it sound like someone told that to Officer Holtzclaw. No one has testified to that, and I object to it as a misstatement of exactly what the evidence has been in this case.
and again, that's not the inference I got from counsel's questioning, and that's why I objected to it to begin with. I think the inference is during the searches and looking for all this stuff, weren't there statements going back and forth at the scene? That's in fact what Faith was. So if I misunderstood counsel's inferences, then I misunderstood them. That's why I've gone here.
Blind sack of crap. I challenge the record. And also, I want to mark as court's exhibit the reports that I have received that they are authored by Detective Davis, where she talks about interviewing these individuals, and they all told her the information about the ice and this guy being an ice dealer, and that's who Melanie brought her ice from. That's who Adira Gardner bought her ice from. They never say in there that they ever told that to Officer Holtzclaw. I want that marked as a court's exhibit, because this is a total complete misrepresentation of my cross-examination was. And now they're trying to somehow paint Officer Holtzclaw not only as a sexual predator, but now that he's letting ice dealers go. And that have never occurred out there. And I've never even thought about going down that line of questioning. What did they tell Detective Davis? And so now they're struck, because now that she said that she would have learned that information, or any officer would learn that information, they would have turned it over to narcotics. Well, she did, and I've got the reports where she says she did, and she did nothing with it. Now they're going to try to somehow impugn through his integrity with that, when she's the one who's told all this information, not Officer Holtzclaw.
All right. Well, am I muted?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you cross-examine Detective Davis about whether she knows or not whether any of this information was given to Officer Holtzclaw. But let's move on from what's written on the card to the facts that we have that we know about, and not into, I mean, it's okay for Detective Davis to say, what they expect officers to put on field interview cards and all that. But we can spend too much time going into everything that may not have been put on the card.
Again, I want to mark Detective Davis's police reports at the conclusion of today's court's exhibits to show the misrepresentation that's going on here, because my cross-examination of Ms. Gardner was that these other people have told Detective Davis, not what they told Officer Holtzclaw, and I object to it.
Well, make sure you remember to do that.
I will. I'll do it.
Ma'am, at the end of the first shift, did you have any indication that Officer Holtzclaw had turned in the field interview card, which is depicted in State's Exhibit number 40, to anyone?
No, he did not.
Ma'am, there was some testimony this morning about the argument that Mr. Davis and Miss Coleman were having, and the statements that Miss Gardner said, the police officer said when he first approached. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the characterization today was the officer says that he had got a call about someone having an argument, correct?
Correct.
And she was asked about that as well on cross-examination, was she not?
Yes.
And when I look at State's Exhibit number 383, which is the card call, documenting that first stop, does it show that Officer Holtzclaw was dispatched due to an argument going on between a man and a woman at the location?
No. This was a self-initiated stop.
So, if he said that to her based upon the CAD call, would that have been a correct thing?
No.
Ma'am, there's been some testimony about the telephone call and the phone records that we've put in, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you States Exhibit number 381.
Oh,
No,
go back
line
to
22.
22.
Oh, I asked you earlier whether or not Officer Holtzclaw, whether you found out that he had actually returned a third time to the location of 1729 Northwest 14th Street, correct?
Yes.
Gonna hand you States Exhibit number 381 and ask if you'd identify what that is.
Yes. This is the AVL on the one he drove by the house and made the phone call.
And is it consistent with what the AVL department provided you in regards to the information once you received about the telephone call?
Yes.
Offer States 381.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 381 will be admitted.
All right, ma'am. This is 381. Again, this exhibit actually shows black welder running north and south, correct?
Yes.
And then we come up on 14th Street, do we not?
Yes.
Ma'am, the telephone call was made at 11:42 or 11:43, depending on if the phone records exactly right or if the screenshot's exactly right, correct?
Correct.
On June 17th of 2014 at 11:36, does it show Officer Holtzclaw's patrol car on Black Welder coming up on 14th Street at 11:36?
Yes.
The next hit is about 19 seconds later, speed 4.
Yes.
Does it appear that he turns onto 14th Street in the direction of Miss Gates' house?
Yes.
Continues at speed 3 knots at 11:37:45.
Yes.
2 knots at 11:38:07. Does it appear he's slowing down? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And then, ma'am, continuing on, is the red dot the house?
Yes.
11:38:21. He's at 6, and then there's another one at 33 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And there's actually a 0 speed, which this AVL map logs at a location there on the center of the street at 11:39:57, correct?
Yes.
So 11:38:33 is the last one we have before 11:39:57, and it shows 5, and then there's a 0 about a minute and 20 seconds later,
Yes.
approximately. And then the next one we have after the 11:39:57 shows to be an 11:41:16. So approximately 2 minutes, a minute and a half later, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a 0 speed as well, does it not?
Correct.
Then there's a speed 8 at 11:40:32.
Yes.
And then there's a speed 7 now down at 11:45. So there's obviously a 5 minute gap there as far as what the AVL is telling us, correct?
Correct.
In any event, does it show Officer Holtzclaw's patrol car being in the location on 14th, in between Blackwelder and Indiana, in between 11:36 and 11:45?
Yes.
Was that significant to you, seeing that in your investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's when the phone call was made when he asked to talk to Adara.
Ma'am, in regards to your investigation of this case, did you obtain Adara Gardner's buccal swab and her DNA sample?
I did. And I would like to say that I seriously doubt he asked to talk to Adara when he called her mom.
So do I.
According to Daniel, he didn't.
Her mom is lying about that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, she's seeing the cash. She's looking at the Oklahoma City ATM cash machine.
Yeah.
From what I understand, he asked if that was where Adara lived, and if she had been a decent human and a decent parent. I'm really going out on a limb by accusing, but she would have allowed him to speak, but instead she just got pissed off. Does Adara Gardner live here? She got pissed off. You're a fucking pervert. Don't you ever call my daughter again, blah, 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 click. When all he wanted
So
to do.
did he
Go ahead.
first identify himself as a police officer?
She said that he identified himself as a police officer, but she didn't give him a chance to say his name.
So she immediately went into asshole mode.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say this too. Going back to what you were talking about a minute ago, I think it was you, Rhonda. He could have had a chart, one of those big poster board charts, and had all this printed out, and she could have went down one time and explained every bit of this succinctly, instead of all this bullshit.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I'd been rolling my eyes at that guy. If I was a jurist.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it's just so frustrating to listen to this and realize how differently this could have and should have been done.
Well, he testified for her.
Yeah.
She's just saying yes, no, correct,
Yes, correct.
Yes. Yes.
correct. Yeah, blink my eyes, son. Blink.
Yep.
Anyway,
Pretty much, Liam. Pretty much. So yeah. Okay.
And you heard her testify to that as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, did you submit that to the serology lab and ask them to see if they could obtain a DNA profile from her sample?
I did.
And were they able to obtain a DNA profile from Miss Gardner?
Yes.
Then, ma'am, did you also ask the DNA lab to compare that profile to the DNA evidence found on Officer Holtzclaw's uniform pants, which were taken into evidence the next day?
Yes.
And based upon what they told you, did they tell you if they had a DNA match?
Yes.
Was that significant to you?
Oh, heck yeah.
we got him. We got
Why?
that guy.
Yeah.
Because it matched her DNA and it was on the inside of his pants.
You
That's not what I
learned.
asked you.
Yeah, exactly. You learned that it was both on the outside and the inside of his pants, correct?
Correct.
In your experience as a sex crimes detective, ma'am, given the description of the sexual assault act that she described to you, is it consistent with your experience in this regard that DNA could be transferred by vaginal fluids, her DNA, onto his pants?
Your Honor, which I would object. She's not qualified to give that answer in her capacity as a detective, and I would object to it.
Come up.
Your Honor, first of all, she wasn't proper to give expert testimony in regards to whether or not the way Adira said that it happened, whether or not her DNA could have been transferred that way. It's not in any reports, nor has it been in any proper testimony in the witness list. Secondly, I believe it invades the province of the jury, and that's for the jury to determine whether or not this is consistent with a sexual assault or something else. And she's not qualified to give an opinion on transferring DNA, and I object to all of it.
My response is that given her extensive training and experience in working sexual assault cases, I think she's qualified to give an opinion. Given the description given by Adaria Gardner and the location the DNA evidence was found, as to whether or not it's consistent with her experience that it could be transferred with fluids from a human body onto a fabric.
So your question was based on your experience. Is it consistent that DNA can be transferred, vaginal fluid can be transferred?
DNA contained in vaginal fluid can be transferred in the manner that we found on the evidence and consistent with what Adaria Gardner had testified, had described to her.
And Judge, the DNA expert will testify they can't tell if this is vaginal fluid. All they can tell is that it's epithelial cells. It may be contained in vaginal fluid, but that's not the only reason for it. She's not a DNA expert. It invades the province of the jury. The prejudicial effect outweighs its probative value, and she's not qualified to give this kind of opinion.
I'll let you ask a question like this. Leaving out the vaginal fluid, whether or not you know what it is or not, based on the training and experience, can DNA evidence be transferred, leaving out the scenario of how she described it or anything like that? But based on her experience, can DNA evidence be transferred from sexual intercourse or a rape or something like that? But what I don't want to do, and I don't want to get into specifics about this, and then this witness being able to say that DNA is transferred particularly by this situation.
Okay.
We'll leave it up to the jury to determine whether it's her DNA or his DNA or anything else.
Yeah, but the cat's out of the bag now.
Yep.
Yep.
You've already said it in front of the jury.
Yep.
Yeah, but even the judges testifying there, he shouldn't have said all that. He should have just said there, change the wording of your question. Period.
That's right. End of story. That's right. I agree.
Yep.
All right, I'll try to word it the right way.
Sustain to that.
Oh, Jesus.
Detective, in your training and experience as a sex crimes detective, can DNA be transferred from a female onto a male's clothing following sexual intercourse?
Yes.
Whenever you learned of this DNA match, ma'am, was it significant, obviously, to your investigation? What the hell?
Yeah, it's obviously.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
He shouldn't have been allowed to ask these questions like that.
Well, he's still continuing to do what he's done the entire time.
Yeah.
Is lead every witness, every one of them.
Yep.
Anyway, go ahead.
Once this match was made, ma'am, did you identify any other victims in this case?
No.
1 minute, Judge, please.
Okay, pause really quick before you go on, Alice. Also, I forgot what I was going to say, but it had to do with, dang it, I can't remember what I was going to say. It was important, though.
It'll come to you.
Let's scroll back here. Oh, I know what I was going to say. So I don't know if anybody has caught this in previous times we've talked about this case or not, but it's also worth mentioning again that the DNA, and when Dr. Silkman's presentation, he mentioned that there was 17 17Q1 and 17Q2. I don't know. Yes, under your scars, absolutely. It's a severe disease of it. Brain fog. It's 17Q1 and 17Q2. Those swabs were taken from the outside of the fly of Daniel's uniform pants. And that was done on June, I believe, 19th. So the day after he was interrogated. It wasn't until September, and that was 2014. So June 19th of 2014. It wasn't until September of 2015, 3 months before trial, 2 months before trial, that Giger went and requested from the crime lab to get Q17 or 17Q3 and 17Q4. Well, he didn't know what they were going to be named, but those are the inside flaps of the inside of his uniform pants. That wasn't done until 2 months before trial. They didn't even have that profile on the underneath side of his pants until 2 months before trial. So
I can tell you right now, and everything that Dr. Soapman has, I've talked to him about it too. It's rare for touch DNA to last that long. It's rare. It starts degrading within about 2 weeks.
for what do you mean for on the inside?
Well, touch DNA just under normal circumstances, touch DNA typically starts degrading after about 2 weeks, significantly degrading.
Oh.
What I'm saying is now I'm really suspicious of this time lapse. I don't know why I had it in my mind that it was like in October of 2014 is when they took the standard. But now you're telling me it was up into 2015.
Yeah, it was 3 months before. It was 3 months before trial, 2 months before trial in 2015.
Jesus. Now I'm really suspicious, Rhonda.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, everything I read says that. Other than everything I read says basically what I've just said. Touch DNA degrades quickly after about 2 weeks in normal atmospheric conditions. So, anyway.
Yeah. No, it didn't. Exactly, Liam. The tests on the inside of the pants did not. I mean, there had to be some amount of. Well, we know there was some amount of her DNA on the outside of his pants because there's the profile for it. But yeah, the other for 17Q4 and 17Q3. And go back, and if you want to go back and rewatch Dr. Silkman's presentation, you can listen and see that again. But that wasn't obtained until just a couple of months before trial. So,
And that was the DNA from the inside
the
that
inside,
was
yes.
taken.
The inside flap, yeah.
Huh.
So I mean, that is that kind of now that's just so then if now that just confuses me because if Dr. Silkman's saying that the touch DNA or transfer DNA would degrade that quickly, then we're talking almost a year or a little over a year before the what is it, stronger profile or whatever was found underneath the inside of his of the fly. So now that confused me. But anyway, I got to get this banner off of here. It's getting on my nerves. Okay. Anyway, so but yeah, they couldn't get the thing that bothers me is that they couldn't get the profile. They couldn't get what they needed on the outside. And so Giger's like, well, she's saying this, so let's go on the inside and see if we can get a stronger profile from the inside is what it seemed like to me. Hey, Blair. So anyway, let's
So did
let's
she plant that?
huh?
Did she plant it?
Well, I see, for me it's like a Sherry Culhane thing.
Mm-hmm.
How do we even really know that? Because that's how I feel about the swabs that Sherry Culhane has. How do we really know? Well, yeah, okay, so the lab says it's there. Well, clearly, there could have been a different way of
She
depositing.
had, yeah, she had her DNA in the lab.
Yes, yes, yes,
Make
yeah,
their case a
exactly. We're
little
trusting.
stronger.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because I think what was found on the outside wasn't quite as rich and strong as they wanted it to be. So, but that's just my opinion. Okay, we can carry on. So
Okay.
line 2.
I apologize, counsel. Remind me, ma'am, did you also obtain the radio traffic for the traffic stops that we've testified for the contacts that we've just testified to?
Can I just say one more thing? Sorry. Notice how he speaks for when because he does this all throughout, but I think it's very subtle. But in this passage right here, it's very, very forward to me. Did you also obtain the radio traffic stops that we've testified for the contacts that we've testified to?
Yeah,
Why is the attorney saying we
exactly.
or we've
That's weird.
testified to? I mean,
Because
yeah,
he's testifying.
yes, I know that, but we're not supposed to know that, and the jury, certainly doesn't. Well, maybe they did, but certainly doesn't catch on to that. But
No,
I don't hear other prosecutors questioning their witnesses like that in any trials that I watch, and I'm going to pay attention from now on and
yeah.
see how they question their witnesses, because that to me, why
By
he's
rights,
sorry,
he should have said you, Rhonda. You know what I mean?
right, that
You
or
know,
that, yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's just
ma'am, did you also obtain the radio traffic for the traffic stops that you testified
you've
for
testified
the
to.
contacts
Yes,
that you've testified to? You know,
yeah,
that's how he should have said that. But as you said, I mean, he says we've testified. Well, you shouldn't be bloody testifying, period.
right. Even though you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to. Okay. I can take a breath now. I had to say that. Line 6.
I did.
I apologize for leaving it out. I didn't look at it. I'm going to hand you States Exhibit number 388. Does that disc contain the radio traffic that you obtained?
Yes.
And is it accurate?
Yes.
All right. 388, offer 388.
No objection, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 388 will be admitted. You may publish.
Ma'am, while she's loading it up, I think I asked you yesterday about all the other locations that were involved in this case, but I don't know that I asked you about this one. Is the address at 1429 Northwest 14th Street. I said it wrong again. 1729 Northwest 14th Street in Oklahoma County.
Yes.
Ma'am, is that Officer Holtzclaw saying that he's out on a stop at 14th and Blackwelder?
Park Place in Blackwelder.
I'm sorry, the first stop?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think I already played for you guys the little blurb that we did get of these calls that he's talking about now, the radio traffic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you understand what all that means?
Yes.
What does all that mean?
She's saying that the male Davis and the female Coleman are clear, but that Gardner has a warrant for Tom, Paul, John, which is trespassing.
This is unrelated, correct?
Correct.
That's an unrelated officer.
Correct.
Is that the end of the radio traffic that you heard?
Yes.
Okay. And he was going out on 13th in Indiana, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, based on that and what we have on State's Exhibit number 385, when he went out on her on 13th in Indiana, it appears consistent with that time period. He also ran her in the Varuna system, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence that he had notified a dispatcher that he was going to the address at 1729 Northwest 14th?
No.
Did you find any evidence that he told the dispatcher that he was leaving his patrol car and walking up to the house and potentially entering the house to verify that a runaway juvenile or anyone lived at that address?
No.
Object to the form, Your Honor.
All right. Sustained.
Did you find any information in your investigation that he notified the dispatcher that he was going out on location at 14th and...
Object to the form, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer that.
No.
Is it significant to you that he did not do that?
Yes.
Why?
He's transported a juvenile. He's transported somebody of the opposite sex. He has not told dispatch where he is going. When he arrived, he didn't give mileage. He didn't tell them that he was going up to the house or into the house, or you don't do that.
Because it never fucking happened. Ma'am, subsequently, at about 11 to 11:30 to 11:40 to 11:50 time frame that night on June 17th, did you find any radio traffic where he was notifying dispatch that he was stopping in front of the house or close to the house on 14th in between Blackwelder and Indiana to try to check on a location of a juvenile?
Your Honor, object to the form.
That's not what he did. Ugh. Overruled. You can answer.
No, I did not.
Ma'am, following his phone call to Amanda Gates at 11:42 or 11:43 p.m., did you find evidence that Officer Holtzclaw then ran Adaria Gardner's again to see if any police reports had been made since he checked her earlier in the evening at about 9:30?
No.
But in fact, he did run someone else. Who did he run?
Amanda Gates.
And was that significant?
Your Honor, object. It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Pass the witness.
Thank God.
Ugh.
So the thing that was, well, one of the things that was so frustrating about that is that they made it, Giger made it sound, I don't even know. It's the whole thing, the whole line of questioning, the whole form of the questions and everything else were just so um, twisted. I can't think of words because there's so much, BS in there. It's just very, very frustrating. And he makes it sound like here he is creeping outside of the house, because he says from 11 o'clock to 11:30, from 11:30 to 11:40, from 11:40 to 11:50. He makes that
God.
sound like he was just creeping around the
Yeah.
house and looking to see, by the time he pulled up in front of the house and saw her mom's work truck out there, he knew that she was home. He looked up the name, looked up Amanda Gates's name so he could get the phone number to call her. But the way that Giger presented that just now, the way he just testified to that just now, makes it seem much more dirty and creepy and dirty and nasty.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So let me just, there's so many questions and so many comments that I know Jack's had to step away for a minute, but I don't even know where I would start with questions and comments in the chat because there's so many, which is great.
Well,
But
Liam says all they have on him here is sloppy paperwork and not following all procedures to the letter.
right, that's pretty much it. Yeah, and then when you've got Giger directing the the storyline, just it just makes it even
Rhonda, let me
more.
ask you.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't it Adara that first denied that anything happened like a bunch of times
No, that
and then
was
said, "How'd you get my name on something like this?" That wasn't Adara?
no, that was Carla Rains, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but after 7 times, man, they were able to. That was Rocky Gregory's accuser. Boy, he flipped her, and
Yeah.
she was all about. Oh, okay, well, let's. You mean I could maybe get some money off of this? Yeah, let me do this. I'll go ahead and say
Mm-hmm.
that. Yeah, I know Cherie did some extensive research on Carla Rains particularly, and it was Carla Rains that said that. So no, Adara she was all up on it. She was ready. Let's go. Yeah, I'll get in on this. How can I? And I don't even, I'm not even going to say it was Adara necessarily seeing dollar signs. Not maybe it was, but I think it was more about attention seeking for her in the beginning. Honestly, um,
She met a hot cop, right?
yeah, she met a hot cop. Yep, she met a hot cop. Justine J. If someone is SA, then surely they take DNA swabs from the outside and inside trousers, not leave it a year. Yeah, yeah, you would think, right? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and that's right. Cherie reminded me. He also said that Carla Rains also said that the cop who was exposing himself to her was her first story. Was the story that she told. No, she said, yeah, oh, I know what you're talking about, she said to Rocky Gregory. Yeah, there are cops that will expose, and there was a cop that, he exposed himself to me and he was a black cop and blah, blah, blah. Gregory, and we'll get to her. We'll get to Carla Rains. We're going to go through every one of these accusers again, one at a time. And, hopefully with luck, we'll be able to crowdsource enough funds to be able to buy the different accusers, testimonies and stuff so that we can share all of it with you, because eventually that's my goal, is to get every bit of this trial testimony out and shared with you, and get all the stories going. So we will eventually start over at the very beginning and do this same thing, because some of these stories are crazy. Yeah, Rocky didn't want to talk about that cop that Carla Raines was talking about. He pretended like he didn't even hear that part of what she said and just moved on. So,
Wow.
well, Liam, if you look at, if you listen to last Thursday's presentation, or just the standalone presentation that Dr. Silkman gave, in the trial testimony, though, Elaine Taylor claims she didn't use an alternate light source, but that she had a really bright light and a magnifying glass. Kay has a extremely good opinion about that, or explanation about that, that she talks about in the presentation. So you'll have to go back and check that out, because it's pretty significant, I think, what Kay said. So, okay. So now we are going to get into cross-examination. And this is, let's see. Let me see if I can get all my page numbers right. 3941. 84. Oh, what did I do? Maybe I messed up. 3941, 3987. Why am I going on 3987? Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, they took a break. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start at, okay, I'll start at line 4. All right, let the record reflect that all members of the jury are present. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant. The defendant is also present. Detective Davis, if you will retake the stand, let me remind you, you're still under oath. And with any luck, we'll be able to hear more words from your mouth this time around.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective Davis, I want to talk to you about the first time you ever really got involved in regards to trying to find a deer gardener.
Okay.
Okay, would you agree with me that it was in October of 2014?
Yeah, right around there.
Okay. The first person you had contact in regards to a gardener was her mother, Ms. Gates, who testified yesterday.
Correct.
And I believe that contact was on 10/3 of 2014.
Yes, I had left a card in her mailbox prior to that, and then that's when she called me back.
And when she called you, you'd recorded that phone call, correct?
I did.
And whenever and you've heard Ms. Gates testify on cross-examination about several things, but one of the things I want to bring up, did I misquote your report or what the recording said when she told you the first time she saw a deer gardener on June 17th of 2014 that she told her that she had met a hot cop?
No, you did not misquote that.
That was correct. Secondly, when I was talking to her about the allegations of her getting into an argument with her daughter on the 44th and Shields, you actually pulled up a report that's dated June 17th of 2014 in that regard, correct?
Correct.
And that morning, what happened is Miss Gates was looking for her, Miss Gardner, for her daughter, over at 44th and Shields, located her. Miss Gardner would not get into the vehicle, and a physical altercation occurred where Miss Gates accused her daughter of hitting her 4 or 5 times in the face or in the arms, correct? Did we lose Alice? Oh, you probably need to scroll.
Objection to whatever a police report says, that's not an evidence.
Rhonda, you're muted.
It's a question. Overruled.
Yes, that's what it said.
And so I read all that correctly.
Correct.
And in fact, it even went further than that in that Ms. Gates did in fact sign a complaint against her own daughter for assault and battery, as I suggested, correct?
I'm not disputing. I'd have to look at it to see assault and battery, but I know she signed a ticket.
Would you agree with me then the report that you retrieved on this June 17th of 2014 incident, it says that she signed a complaint against Adira Gardner for assault and battery?
My objection is to reading a report that's not an evidence, Your Honour.
Well, if you can testify for your whole direct examination, I think that he can read a report that's not in evidence. Oh, I mean, well, if you know, you can answer.
I'm not positive it was assault and battery. I know she signed a ticket. I'd have to look at that report to confirm it was assault and battery.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach.
Tell me if this will refresh your memory.
Yes, assault and battery.
I'm sorry, Judge. It wasn't a question, so I'd object.
So she did.
Okay. Objection, Your Honour. That can't refresh her memory if she didn't write it. And so I object to refreshing her memory with a report she didn't write. Oh my God.
Okay.
He never said he never said that Kim Davis wrote the ticket.
Uh-uh.
Go ahead.
No, but that ticket is in her report. It's a supplement of her report, by the way.
Right. That's interesting.
Okay, if it refreshes your memory, you can use anything to refresh your memory. Did it refresh your memory?
Well, I read the report.
Okay.
Did it refresh your memory?
Of reading the report.
Okay. And does it say that she did sign a complaint for assault and battery?
Yes.
Now, after that conversation, you were attempting to, after the conversation on 10/3 of 2014 with Ms. Gates, you were attempting to set up a meeting with Ms. Gardner, correct?
Yes.
And you said that one was scheduled, didn't happen, but eventually you did get to talk to her on the 24th, correct?
Yes.
On 24th of October 2014.
Correct.
Now, at that, you would agree with me that also that back on June 17th of 2014, that Ms. Gates also reported Amanda as a runaway, correct? Adira as a runaway.
She didn't. There wasn't a runaway report made. It was a domestic violence report, but it stated in the body of the report that she had run away.
And there was some discussion yesterday in your direct testimony that although she was reported as a runaway, that report was not uploaded in the Varuna until the 20th of June, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that as of June the 17th of 2014, Officer Holtzclaw, pursuant to Varuna, had no idea that Ms. Gardner was reported as a runaway, correct?
That's correct.
He also had no idea at that point in time when he ran her in the Varuna and the records that we introduced that she had signed a complaint against her. She had a complaint against her by her mother for assault and battery.
Yeah, he would not know that.
Okay. But whenever you talked to Ms. Gardner, she told you that she had come into contact with Officer Holtzclaw on 2 separate occasions, correct?
Correct.
And we have documented and introduced into evidence a number of documents reflecting that. The first encounter with Officer Holtzclaw was earlier in the evening at about 6:57 in the evening, correct?
Correct.
And in that, she was with two other people.
Correct.
That was Miss Coleman, which went by the street name of
Chocolate.
Chocolate. And it was another individual, male, by the street name of, I believe, Face.
Correct.
Now, during your investigation, you had an opportunity to learn that Officer Holtzclaw met with those three individuals out there in public, correct? And questioned them about an alleged domestic going on between Face and Chocolate.
Correct.
Okay. That at the conclusion of talking to the individuals out there, Officer Holtzclaw, in his discretion, allowed all three of them to go free, correct?
Yes.
He did not place anyone under arrest.
Correct.
You don't have any of the information that was given to Officer Holtzclaw out there at that point in time, correct? You don't know exactly what Chocolate or Face told Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
No.
And you don't know exactly what Adira Gardner told you other than what she testified here in court, correct?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that during your investigation that you had an opportunity to go interview the lady. We learned her name is Chocolate, but it's really Melody Gates, correct?
No. Melody Coleman.
Let me make sure I got everything correct. Melody Coleman.
Correct.
Now, you interviewed Miss Coleman on 10/27 of 2014, correct?
Yes.
And you asked her about this stop that occurred at approximately 7 p.m. on June 17th of 2014.
I didn't come out and ask her about that. I asked her if she was ever walking with Face and Adara and what happened. And then she brought up that they were stopped by the police.
Give me just a second. I'm sorry. I got to pause just 1 second.
Now, see, it's a completely different way of asking questions. Completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say he's kind of doing yes and no questions as well, but he's not twisting things. He's not using words. He's not putting words in her mouth, so to speak, and making it sound like dirty and twist. Of course, why would he? He's the defense counsel, so of course he's not going to. But I think he's going to get around to kind of making her admit, even if it's through a yes or a no or a correct, that not everything that bring in some of the points that are more, I don't know if I would say exculpatory, but make him seem less of a perverted rapist kind of
Yeah.
thing.
But even just the wording, the questions that he's making her answer, it can be a yes or no question, but it can also be elaborated on. You know what I mean? She doesn't just have to say yes or no. She says, yeah, blah 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 blah, Whereas Giger was basically giving her the answer and then saying, is that significant to you?
Right. Yes. Yeah. And Cherie, who would know, says you are supposed to ask yes and no questions on cross. You're not supposed to ask yes and no questions on direct. So yes. Yeah. The way Giger did it was just horribly frustrating and wrong.
Yeah.
And intentional.
And intentional. Yes. Okay. Are you back, Jack?
I am back.
Okay. Line 5.
Let me pull this back up. Okay. Line 5. Okay. And you interviewed her about this initial stop that we're talking about, where all the exhibits have been introduced, correct?
Correct.
And at that point in time, she told you that Adira had been asking questions all day about dope and ice, correct?
No, not that day.
Are you talking about that day you interviewed her?
No, when I first talked to her, I asked her, "How do you know Adara? How do you know Face? How long have you met? How long have you known him?" And she said that she first met Adara at Michael's house, and that day she was asking about dope and ice,
And ice, again, is methamphetamine.
methamphetamine.
Okay. And Melanie also told you that Face is her ice connection, correct?
No, Michael's her ice connection.
Michael's her ice connection.
So
Yes.
so then why did she agree to the way Giger asked
Yeah.
her those questions about
That's right.
Face being the ice connection?
That's right.
Boom,
She's just a yes man.
Ugh.
Mhm.
Okay. Line 1.
And you testified yesterday on direct examination that is very important information and that should be reported to the narcotics division, correct? Do you recall in Mr. Giger's question of you, it was propounded to you that if Officer Holtzclaw was aware of that information, that Michael was the ice dealer, that should have been documented in some form and turned over to the narcotics division?
Your Honour, my objection is facts, not an evidence. Yesterday, my questions were directed to Face being a narcotics dealer, not Michael Coleman. Two different people.
Ugh. Ugh. All right, you can answer the question if you know.
Okay, ask it again. Sorry.
That upon learning this information from Ms. Coleman, that Michael is her ice dealer, do you understand that ice is a methamphetamine and it's illegal?
Right.
You learned that when you interviewed her on 10/27 of 2014.
Correct.
You did not. You suggested yesterday that information that Officer Holtzclaw should have passed on to the narcotics division, correct?
Through a field interview card.
He didn't know.
My
Sorry.
objection.
Sorry.
My objection. That wasn't her testimony yesterday. She wasn't talking about Michael.
Oh my God. This is pissing me off.
He knows exactly what he
Huh?
he knows exactly what he did, and he's trying.
no.
Of course.
Son of a
Oh.
bitch.
This is so bad. So bad. Oh, she can answer if she knows.
Through a field interview card.
Ask it again because now I'm all confused.
That's because Gear keeps running his mouth trying to cover for what he tried to do.
Yep.
Okay, sure. Let me just ask it this way. At any time since October 27th of 2014, when you were told that Michael is an ice dealer here in Oklahoma City, tell the jury about all the narcotics detectives that you've given that information to.
Well, I only know his name is Michael. I
Liar.
guess I could. What am I
Sorry.
supposed to tell him? Michael's an ice dealer? Who's Michael?
Could you possibly go tell the narcotic detectives that you know who this Melanie Coleman is and she's got an ice dealer by the name of Michael? They might want to go talk to her.
Yeah, I could say that.
Time out.
Did you do that?
Sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh my
I gotta
God.
leave here in a few minutes.
Oh, you know you do. Yeah, you gotta go. I'll start reading the Kim parts. I just have to say this. This is such a load of shit. Because I'm gonna have to go back to the police report and reread it because I'm almost certain that she interviews Michael, and I believe his last name is Johnson. She interviewed him. Now, she
Wow.
didn't ask him if he was an ICE dealer or anything like that, but she straight up interviewed him. Or if that wasn't in the police report, it's somewhere. I'm going to find it and I'm going to prove it to you guys. She's lying. She's lying. She knows exactly what this guy's last name was.
Wow.
I'll find
Damn.
it. Okay. Do you want me to take over now?
Not quite yet.
Okay, all right, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, okay, we're line 20.
Line
Okay.
20.
Yeah. Do you do that?
I didn't.
Melanie also told you that Adira shoots up with ice, correct?
She said that she saw her do that one time.
He actually saw her do it.
That's what she said.
She also told you, Melanie, told you that she heard what was being discussed between Adira Gardner and Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
My objection is to hearsay. Melody has not testified in this case. He's reading from a police report. That is hearsay.
Okay, you can answer the question. Overruled.
Okay. Yes. Melody said that she heard Officer Holtzclaw and Adira's conversation at Park Place in Blackwelder.
And she heard what Adira was telling Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
Yes, that's what she said.
And she said that what she was telling Officer Holtzclaw was a lie.
Yes.
And that was the reason that her and Face departed from Adira that day, correct?
Yes.
But you know for a fact that Adira hadn't even been home that night before, correct? You know now.
I don't know that. Uh, do I know that?
Well, you knew by interviewing her mother back on 10/3 of 2014 that Adira Gardner did not come home the night prior to 6/17 of 2014, correct?
I don't know that I know that. I know she did a runaway report and then she made a runaway report on June 17th and then she came home that night. So are you asking if she didn't come home on June 16th?
Yes.
I don't think I know that. I don't see where I know anything about June 16th.
Well, sorry, but real quick, but didn't she say under direct examination that it wasn't a runaway report?
Yes. She said it was in another report where runaway was inferred.
Yeah, okay. I was just checking.
Yeah. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May approach.
I want to see if this refreshes your memory.
Oh, that's okay. From That's from another officer's police report. That's why. I didn't have that in my file.
Did she have it in her
Blink,
file?
blink, 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 blink,
Yes,
blink, blink.
that report is in her file.
Well,
It's a
oh my God.
supplemental. It's a supplemental report in her report.
You're the one that found this police report, are you not?
I know, but it's not right here, so I don't remember what all the police reports say, but I remember so
What? You know, also, every time that Giger would ask her if a report was okay, yes, correct. Yes, correct.
yep, correct.
And now she don't.
Correct,
Oh
correct.
my God. All right, line 23. Well, you're the one that got this, so that I could have it, correct?
Right, but I don't remember anything.
Can I
Blink,
approach
blink,
Judge?
blink, 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 blink.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. Anyway,
Sorry, line one, Alice.
Can I approach Judge?
All right, come up so we can hear some more of your bullshit.
I don't think that's proper for him to have her read other officers' reports that contain hearsay information and she has no first-hand knowledge of, and then cross-examine her on what's in other officers' reports. If he wants to establish the fact that Miss Gardner was not home the night before, he needs to call the witness who has knowledge of that, not just what she read. And so the questions are all hearsay, and it's not proper impeachment of this officer. Adaira Gardner or Amanda Gates, to have him just read police reports that were authored by other people. My objection is to improper impeachment.
And, Your Honor, she's a lead detective on this case. She's the one that went in and gathered up all these documents. She's the one that supposedly has knowledge as the lead case agent in this case. I'm trying to establish a time limit that after she got these reports, she was aware of the fact that Adaira did not come home the night before the 17th is all I'm asking. I don't know if how that's improper.
She's the lead detective. She gathered these reports. I don't know that this is necessarily trying to impeach her testimony. He can ask her questions. You can't read a police report, but you can ask leading questions. If she doesn't know or doesn't remember, if the report would refresh her recollection, regardless of who wrote it, it doesn't matter who wrote it. If it will refresh her recollection as to part of her investigation in this case, a witness can use anything to refresh their recollection. If it doesn't refresh her recollection, then we got to move on.
I understand. So you'd agree with me that during your investigation, you became aware of the fact that Adaira Gardner did not come home on 6/16 of 2014, the night prior to the incident, correct?
Well, I don't know that I ever paid attention to that. I was just pulling the report to see if she had reported her daughter as a runaway. I don't know if I paid attention. I paid attention to the fact that she met her and she wouldn't get in the car and she called the police. I never paid attention if she came home one night or didn't come home another night.
Blank, 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 blank. Nose growing,
Blank,
nose
blank,
growing.
blank.
Sorry. Line 25. Now, you understand that my questioning to Adaira Gardner is in regards to whether or not she was a runaway. I never insinuated in my questioning that Officer Holtzclaw had any information in that regard. Would you agree with that?
That you never insinuated to Adaira that she was a runaway?
I was asking Adaira of whether or not she was aware of the fact that she had been reported as a runaway on 6/17 of 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And I was asking those questions for a very specific reason. It's because I had documents showing that she had been reported. You can understand that, correct?
Right.
I was not inferring to you or anyone else that Officer Holtzclaw had any of that information. You understand that? Because we know for a fact that it wasn't uploaded in the Varuna until the 20th, correct?
Form of the question, Your Honor.
All right, it's a compound question. If you'd break it down.
Would you agree with me that we know for a fact that Officer Holtzclaw was not aware of the information that she had been reported as a runaway from all the investigation that you've done?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that because the Varuna was not uploaded with the runaway report and the assault and battery until the 20th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you certainly don't see anything improper, do you, with an officer with the Oklahoma City Police Department in that area of town taking someone to their house?
No.
Particularly being a block or block and a half away.
No, I don't see anything improper with that.
And you would also agree with me that if an officer did take someone to their home and they had no ID to prove that they lived there, it would not be unreasonable for the officer to try and verify or confirm that the individual that they had taken to that home actually lives there.
That's not unreasonable.
And you would not believe it, and you would not believe it would be unreasonable in these circumstances, considering her age, that Officer Holtzclaw would check in with her mother at a later time to determine whether or not she was in fact at home.
Say that again.
Yes. You would also agree with me that it would not be unreasonable under these sets of facts, considering her age, that Officer Holtzclaw would check in with her mother at a later time to confirm that in fact Adira was at home.
That's not unreasonable.
And you would agree with me that Officer Holtzclaw did not call Adira Gardner. He called Adira Gardner's mother, correct?
Well, Adira didn't have a phone at that time.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Well, has there been any evidence to produce of that?
That's just what Amanda and Adira told me.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 375. That's the phone call that Officer Holtzclaw made to Ms. Gates, Adira's mother, correct?
Correct.
And you heard what was testified to, that Officer Holtzclaw identified himself as an officer, asked if Adira was there, correct?
No. It was testified to that he asked for Adira.
Whether he asked for Adira or asked if Adira was there, he made the phone call. We know that, correct?
Right.
And before he could really get into any substance of anything, he was hung up on, correct?
Correct.
So, and then after that, there's records and evidence that indicate that Officer Holtzclaw had run Miss Gates on the Varuna, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that the only way we didn't hear any testimony whatsoever that Adira gave her phone number to Officer Holtzclaw, correct?
Correct.
Or her mother's phone number.
Correct.
The only way he would have had that, and you've looked at the Varuna, if you actually go into Varuna, it lists under Adira Gardner, it lists to her some contact information, one of them being her mother.
Yes.
And it has the phone number that we see depicted up there on 375, correct?
Correct.
And it did at the time of June 17th, 2014.
Correct.
And then if Officer Holtzclaw had made this call, an individual on the other line had hung up, as been testified to, all he had to do on Varuna at that point in time was to see the name of Ms. Gates, correct? And he could have certainly run her through the Varuna to see, make sure of the fact that the person he's talking to is Adira Gardner's mother, correct?
Yeah, he could.
And it's right there in his squad car, and it's right there on the computer, correct?
Right.
Now, there's been some other... May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to have to leave at
done?
this time. Yeah.
Okay, you get us some takeout or whatever you're doing tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to watch my niece, my
Oh,
10-year-old.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
what fun! There you go.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you,
guys.
Susan. Thank you so much.
All right, Susie.
That, Rhonda.
Have a good
No
have a
problem.
good night.
Have fun.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Yeah.
bye, Susan.
We're at line
Darnside, I
10.
don't know if he has, if he's even on Discord or not. Maybe he is. I don't know. Anyway, okay. Okay, go. I'm gonna. This is gonna be fun. Okay. If you guys think I'm crazy when I've only got a couple things to do, wait until you see me now.
Well, if you want, Rhonda, I can take over the court
Will you
position.
Yeah, will you do the court? Okay.
Yeah,
that'd be
I
great.
can do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
All righty, we ready?
Yep.
Line 10. In regards to the two stops that we talked about, Adira Gardner, You would agree with me that on both the stops, the one when Face and Chocolate were present, and the one when just Miss Gardner was present, that Officer Holtzclaw radioed in on both those calls, correct?
Yes.
And that there was actually, he ran CIU, correct?
Correct.
He also, we know for a fact, pulled up on Varuna, correct?
Yes.
And we also know for a fact that there was a CAD generated on each of them, correct?
Correct.
Now there had also been some discussion in the trial earlier about Officer Holtzclaw, particularly with Janie Liggins, how he logged off his computer after the 2 a.m. whenever she was pulled over. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, after that testimony, it was of extreme concern to you that, in fact, Officer Holtzclaw had logged off of his AVL or logged off his computer, which disables his AVL prior to getting home that day, correct?
Correct.
That evening, morning. And I as specifically requested all documents from AVL showing when Officer Holtzclaw routinely turned off his AVL, correct?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to make the run and that request through the Oklahoma City.
Correct.
And it was absolutely consistent with his behavior that he would turn off his AVL as he would leave. He would turn off his computer as he would leave the Spring Lake Division, correct?
I didn't really look at it. You asked for it. I got it, but I didn't read it.
Yeah, of course you didn't. You would agree with me that he became 2 Charlie 45 about mid-January of 2014.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I will mark as defendant's number 3 and ask if you can identify that document.
This is it's a different AVL sheet than what we've been looking at. It's like more in an Excel spreadsheet.
Is that in response to my specific request of whenever Officer Holtzclaw turned on and off his computer, then able or disable his AVL while he worked for the Oklahoma City Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And that was provided by the DA's office, who provided it to me.
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Move for admission of defendant's number 3.
Can I just see it for a second, counsel?
I've got another one.
I have no objection.
Keep,
All right.
keep going.
Defendant's
Keep,
exhibit
keep, keep.
three will be admitted.
Alice forgot. She's all right.
Yeah, I forgot.
All right. Line 25. Okay. If you could just, for purposes of the jury, this is defendant's number 3, and I'm going to let you keep the original if that's okay.
I want to because I'm kind of trying to figure out how to read it because it's different.
That's what I'm going to ask you to help us with. So do you need to take a little bit more time?
No, let's just see what we can do.
Okay. This is defendant number 3, but you have the original with the exhibit sticker on there.
Correct.
Okay. At the very top over here, I'm going to zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. At the very top over here is a date, time, and it says quote unquote activity. What do you expect to see under activity?
Well, it says, I don't know what vehicle capability is, but I see end shift and start shift. I don't know what vehicle capability is.
Okay. What does end shift mean?
That means that's the end of your shift.
And location, is that a location where he turned on or off his computer?
On the first line, that's where he turned it off.
Where the individual would have turned it off.
Right.
What is comment?
I don't know what null or add capabilities from. I don't know what that is.
Okay. I recall there being testimony that at least in December of 2013 that Officer Holtzclaw was 2 Charlie 45.
Yes.
Okay. Did he stay 2 Charlie 45 until he was put on leave, as we've seen in the videotape?
Yes. And he was 2 Charlie 45 until he was put on leave. But I know on one of these cases he was not 2 Charlie 45. I don't remember. Well, then why the fuck did
Oh.
you just say you remember?
Okay, can you show me where we start, where this document that we've admitted as defendants number 3, where we know for sure it's Officer Holtzclaw that we're talking about?
Well, the radio on the far right,
Yes, ma'am.
it says 2 Charlie 45. That's his radio name.
That says latitude, longitude. Is that where they'd have logged on or off?
Right.
Which one? Or is it both?
Well, it's both. It depends on activity. If it says end shift or start shift at the very beginning.
Okay. Without needing to go through each and every individual one, would you agree with me? And I'm just flipping here to a random page. This would be page, it doesn't appear that they've even been numbered. It would be on the page starting with January 15th of 2014, if you can get to that page.
January 15th?
Yes, ma'am, of 2014. Do you see that?
No, not at the stop.
Can I approach?
I have 1221 is my first one.
Get everybody on the same page.
Okay, are we on the same page?
Yes.
Which page?
It's the one that has the date.
4 from the back.
4 from the back.
4 from the back. And again, my specific request was that every time that Officer Holtzclaw had activated his computer, which would have then activated the AVL, and then he deactivated his computer, which would deactivate his AVL.
Correct.
You would agree with me that it was not unusual at all. This was going on back 6 months from the date of Liggins, basically, that it was not unusual at all for Officer Holtzclaw to log in and log off, log in as he pulled into the station at Spring Lake, and log off as he pulled out of the station at Spring Lake.
Well, I'm just going to have to go through them one at a time here's a login at 8th and South Morgan and the log off by his house. Then here's a login by his house. Then here's a log out at South Portland and Southwest 20th. A login at Southwest 20th in Portland. The log out on Kilpatrick Turnpike. So far, I haven't seen any. Okay. Now, if I go down, here's end of shift at Spring Lake Division and a start of shift at Spring Lake Division. Then here's one at 23rd and Martin Luther King. Then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at Spring Lake Division. Then we're at Portland and Black Gold Drive. I think that's the fairgrounds. And then Portland and Black Gold Drive. And then Quail Springs Mall parking lot.
My point,
So,
Detective Davis, is it not unusual for Officer Holtzclaw? It would have been unusual for Officer Holtzclaw to log in as he left his house before he got to the station, and then did not log off the computer until he got home, correct?
I see more logging in and out, not at the station.
Okay. Well, just then, I'll tell you what I'll ask you to do. Go through there and show me where he logged in at his house as he's driving to work, as the policy you say requires, and logs off when he gets home.
From the beginning?
Yes. Show them. I'm sorry, I answered for you. Yes.
You're right.
I did. Show them to me.
This is going to take can I use a pen on this or can I not?
No, not on that. You can't.
Here, I'll give you one you can.
Well, I'll just point them out to you as I come. You want at his house.
Let's start on that page because we know for a fact he is 2 Charlie 45 there
Okay.
on 115.
Okay. And tell me what I'm marking or what I'm looking for.
Show me where he logs in at his home when he's driving to Spring Lake, when he logs in at his home and then he logs off at home.
The first one, 1/15/2014, end shift is at by his house.
Is that his house?
And then
Is that his house?
that's by his house.
Is it at his house?
I don't know the exact address of his house.
Well, under the policy that you presented, it says, and you purported to tell this jury that it is required of the Oklahoma City police officers to log in anytime they drive that vehicle, meaning from their house to house.
Correct.
So I want you to show this jury where he logs in from house to house.
I don't know his exact house address at the time. I know it was an apartment up around 149th and May. I don't know the exact address.
Okay, well, then just for the purposes of being quickly, go through there and just show us where he's logged in or out at the Spring Lake Division as he did on the night of Janine Liggins.
Okay, there's end of shift 117, start of shift 117, 118 end of shift, 118 start of shift, 119 end and start, 119 end and start. I don't know why there's 4 for 119. 20th and 21st end and start. Then the last one on the page, 131, he ended his shift at Spring Lake. Then he started his shift at Spring Lake. February 1st, ended his shift. February 1st, started his shift.
Again, you're talking about all those
At
ones
Spring Lake.
at the same way he did in regards to Janine Liggins.
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to keep going?
Just on the page you've been through, you've counted a number, correct?
Yes.
And then on the second page, we can see a number of other ones, correct?
Yes.
So it appears from looking at the documents that it was not uncommon at all for Officer Holtzclaw to log in and out at the station.
Correct.
Now, finally, you heard Miss Gardner talk about that interview with you that she had on October 24th of 2014, correct?
Correct.
And you specifically recall her talking about you while she was describing where she went. You were telling her that that matches the GPS in Officer Holtzclaw's car.
Yes, I heard her say that.
Okay, and you understand how critical that is.
Yes.
And that is a huge issue in this trial, is it not?
Yes.
And under your testimony here today, you never had any discussions with Ms. Gardner about the AVL system, correct?
It's my testimony at the time of the interview. I don't know, like when we've met for prelim or trial and stuff, if there was ever discussion about it, but I didn't pull her AVL until 3 days after I interviewed her. Bullshit.
She's caught right here, right?
Yep.
So it would have been impossible under your scenario of events for Ms. Gardner and you to have had a discussion on the 24th of October of 2014 about the GPS device in Officer Holtzclaw's car.
That's correct.
So when she testified under oath that you did have that discussion with her, you're saying that she was mistaken.
I think she was confused. Yes.
That's a huge issue to be confused on, is it not?
For me to be confused on, yes, but for her, no. As many times as we've met with her and No, I don't think it's a huge issue that she was confused on when we talked about GPS or AVL or whatever. No.
What report can I look at in all these thousands and thousands of documents that have been produced to me? Which report can I refer to where it ever says that you or anybody else on behalf of Oklahoma City Police Department ever discussed anything at all with Adira Gardner regarding GPS or AVL?
I want to take a pause here, if I can,
Okay.
and explain
Sure.
to anybody who, excuse me, anybody who's new to the case or has maybe missed this in the past. And maybe this is going to come up here under cross-examination, but there was a time, and I don't know the exact date. I think Kay knows the date, but there was a time when Kim Davis and her partner, Valerie Holman, drove to Muskogee to pick up Adara to bring her back to Oklahoma City. And I have and Kate as well, and I think Cherie, those of us who've really been digging, I think that we have a really hard time believing that Kim and Valerie did not discuss anything about the AVL on that I guess it's like a 2.5 hour drive from Oklahoma City to Muskogee.
Yeah, that'd be a real problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and there's no recording of it. There's no recording. There's no report. There's nothing. A 2.5 hour drive, and they didn't tell her or talk to her about the AVL. Come on.
Yeah.
And that she didn't, inadvertently drop a bomb when she said that Kim told me that my AVL matched up with what he said, what she said. Come on. There's no way. There's no way. Anyway.
I agree.
So yeah, that's I just wanted to, in case I know, yes, Cherie. Cherie says, "You're so suspicious, just Rhonda." I roll. Yes, I am, and I am
No
not of it. So,
no doubt.
Like I said, I don't know if that comes up in this cross-examination, but if it does, we'll have to see what they say here.
Well,
so,
Blinker knows she's caught and she's wiggling.
Yeah. So So let's see what she says here. Okay, line 10. No reports are made when we're calling them to set up meetings to get ready for trial. We don't make reports about that, but you can look at report number, tell you the number 008 that says on 10/27/14 I contacted. Because this makes it true. It's going to explain it all to you guys now, that what she's saying is true and that I am completely batshit crazy. So listen to this. That I contacted Sergeant Joe Hill in dispatch and obtained the above listed evidence: CAD call, dispatch radio traffic, AVL of the various locations, AVL aerial views of the various locations, and 2 animated AVLs. She's saying that she did that on October 27th, and she met with Adara on October 24th. So she's saying here it was 3 days later. And we just don't believe any of that. So, okay. Sorry.
I don't. That's fine. No, I don't believe it either. All right, line 18. But that still doesn't answer my question. My question is very simple. Where in all the reports can I look at that will tell me that you ever discussed anything about AVL or GPS with Adira Gardner, as she so testified, whether she was correct or incorrect in regards to the time that you told her?
You won't find that in any reports.
Yeah, we made sure of that. Is there a reason that you would specifically leave off you having a discussion whatsoever with a potential victim, in this case about the AVL or the GPS system?
I don't know that I talked to her about that. I know I don't talk to her about it during the investigation. If it happened when we were preparing for preliminary or jury trial, it could have happened then, but we don't make reports about that.
Mhm. And what would be the purpose of telling an alleged victim in a case that you have an AVL in this case, and this is where it shows you went? Why would you even need to tell them?
I wouldn't bring that up, but I can tell you that several of our victims have brought up GPS. Oh, the victims did it.
Yeah,
Crazy.
victim blaming.
Yeah, victim blaming,
Yep.
victim shaming. Oh gosh. Yeah, clearly I haven't read all of this, so I wouldn't bring that up, but I can tell you that several of our victims have brought up GPS and said, "Well, don't y'all have GPS? Don't y'all have GPS?" And that Janie Liggins even told me that there was video cameras on her assault. I mean, so a lot of these people are very intuitive of the video cameras and GPS. A lot of them, a lot of it's watching from watching TV shows and CSI. But if they say, "Don't y'all have GPS?" I'll absolutely tell them, "Yes, we have GPS, and I will check on that." Bullshit. Oh.
Okay, I'll just swallow that one and move on. Okay, but as she testified that you told her that her story matched with the AVL or the GPS system as she described it, you would agree with me that that would be a major violation of your duties as a lead detective in this case, if in fact you had such a discussion with her on 10/24 of 2014.
Oh, absolutely.
It would compromise this entire investigation.
Absolutely.
Pass the witness with tongs.
All right, redirect.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Jack, you want to read the court?
Yeah, I can do the court.
Okay.
All right, redirect.
Ma'am, in regards to, first of all, the AVL discussion you just had with Mr. Adams, is the AVL for Adara Gardner critical to her specific investigation?
Is it critical?
Yes.
No.
The
Then what the fuck did
AVL.
you spend all that time on it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
My God.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, that shit don't matter.
It don't matter. God.
My
Okay.
God. It's awful,
Oh.
awful testimony.
I should have put on my funny voice for him again.
Go for it.
the
Girl.
AVL, as he shows, picked her up about a block, drove 1 block north and 1 block to her house, correct?
Correct.
Is it more critical in other and say that again? Is it more critical in other of the victims' testimony
Yes.
and investigation?
Yes.
Were they taking 12 to 13 blocks to undisclosed locations?
What is he talking about? 12 to 13 blocks? Come on. You guys, I'm telling you, there might be one that has that many blocks, but I can only think of one. Maybe
Did he have maybe he had a little methamphetamine from Face or chocolate or who?
Jesus. To an undisclosed location even, and that's just so much garbage. Oh my God. Okay. Yes.
Did Adaria Gardner tell you during your investigation with her and her interview in October that he picked her up at 13th and drove her to the house?
Yes.
Object to the form, Your Honor. It's leading and subjective. The court. All right, sustained.
Did she tell you information consistent with what the AVL showed?
Yes.
And did she know that before you ever talked to her? Have you ever talked to her about AVL?
No.
Blink,
Did she
blink, blink, blink.
yeah. Did she tell you where he took her before you ever even had any discussion with her ever about the AVL? If you ever did have a discussion about the AVL, well, she just said she bloody never.
Jesus, I can't. I don't even want to read the rest of this BS. Oh my God. Yes, she told me where he took her. Yes. And by the way, 13th is literally around the corner because they live on 14th. So
Oh my God.
it's around the corner, literally. Oh.
Terrible.
Ma'am, counsel, I believe you told Mr. Adams that you may have talked with her on occasions as whenever we met her before the preliminary hearing. Was finding a Dara Gardner difficult?
Here we are with the we again. Very.
Before the preliminary hearing, where did you have to go to find her?
Here we go. Detective Holman and I had to drive to Muskogee to find her.
And was she with her father there?
She was supposed to be, but she wasn't.
You found her?
I found her.
And did you yourself and Detective Holman have to bring her back to Oklahoma City to honor the subpoena?
Yes.
During that, did you have conversations and small talk in the car?
Yeah.
Do you know if you talked about AVL during that 2.5 hour car ride back to Oklahoma City to testify?
Okay, before I put on my fucking Kim voice again, the answer should be no. But
That's right.
instead, Kim says, I have no idea.
Uh-huh. Sure you don't. And why wasn't it recorded?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You try to tell me they sat in that motor for 2.5 hours and never spoke a word.
We probably stopped two or three times for a little chow.
Yeah,
they did.
yeah, definitely.
McDonald's.
Try to button her up. They probably would have bought her a McDonald's and some ginger or juice or pop or whatever you want to call it, to entice her to open up. You know, well, you're no in trouble. We had to come and get you because of this subpoena. Yada yada yada. By the way, do you know we've got GPS of where you were?
Yeah, you want to stop and get something to eat? Doesn't a big hamburger sound good or some, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know she did. You know they did.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
Right.
ma'am. After the initial interview, and would you agree that Mr. Adams is exactly correct and that is during that initial interview, you would not disclose this type of information?
You just said you had no idea.
That is correct.
Except I have no idea.
Except I don't know. Yeah.
Scott Adams should have been in flames at this point, like burning in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Well.
And is he correct that if you did disclose that type of information, it potentially could compromise
Absolutely.
an investigation?
Yes.
You don't disagree with that representation?
No.
After you obtained that initial information and that initial statement, in this case and in some other cases, have you tried to develop some type of working relationship with Miss Gardner?
Yes.
And has it been difficult?
Very.
Is Adria a troubled young lady?
She is.
Does she struggle with addiction?
Yes.
Ma'am, In that regard, has she expressed to you concerns about whether people would believe her in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Adams, Judge, object to the form of the question. It's all leading and subjective. The court, rephrase your question.
Okay. Has she expressed concern in this case to you about testifying?
Yes.
In what regards has she expressed those concerns, ma'am?
Mr. Adams, Your Honor, I would object as hearsay. The court, in what regard? Overruled.
What? Wait. He says, in what regard? Never mind, overruled.
Yep, we're done.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, she was afraid nobody will believe her. She's afraid cops will believe the cop and not her. She's afraid of retaliation from other cops. I could go on.
Have you had discussions about that in general with her over the course of the last year and a half?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it possible that during one of those, as you were trying to encourage her to continue participating in this process, that you may have mentioned there's things that corroborate her?
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh my God, man!
This is terrible.
Mm.
Is it possible you may have mentioned the fact that the CAD calls and the radio traffic and the GPS corroborate she's saying she had contact where she is saying?
What?
Mr. He's trying, son of a bitch. He's trying to say, well, could you have mentioned it while, talking about chocolate or whatever, mentioned the GPS and she overheard that. It's just an inference. I don't like it. I don't like it either. And Mr. Adams clearly says, Judge, this is all suggestive and leading, and I object to it. The court, overruled. You can answer.
It's possible, yes.
But if that, do you have any specific memory of discussing GPS with her over the different occasions you've had with her?
No.
But if it happened, ma'am, are you 100% certain or are you not certain that it did not happen in your initial interview with her? Oh my God.
Mr. Adams, object to the leading form of the question, Your Honor. It's also suggestive. The court. Well, it's been asked and answered. Sustained.
Okay, time out. This line of questioning from Giger reminds me of the book that O.J. Simpson wrote. I think it was titled "If I Did It." I guess I didn't read it, but I guess in the book he talks about how he would have, murdered Nicole and Ron Goldman if he had been the one to do it, and that's what this line of question. If you did,
I want to use this voice.
Oh my God!
You should have done Giger, Jack. You should have done Giger and used that
Yeah,
one.
you should have.
I thought about it.
He did. Hmm. Oh man. Okay.
I turned it off.
Ma'am, I want to talk to you now about Defendant's Exhibit number 3. Do you still have it?
No.
The dates that Mr. Adams was talking to you about, looking to see if Mr. Holtzclaw logged in or logged out at the Spring Lake Police Department. Do you remember the dates that you were looking at, specifically the dates he directed you to?
Yes, in January.
When is the chief's directive about not logging in at the police department come out? Do you remember? I can get it for you if you don't.
Ooh, get it for me. I think it was sometime in February.
States Exhibit number 86 is the directive that would have made it against Oklahoma City policies and procedures for him to log out at Spring Lake. And that was issued on February 27th of 2014, correct? Just hear the bloody answer, why don't you?
Correct.
And
hold on. Oops.
This is the last page of this one.
Yeah. Let me switch over. Correct. Yeah, go ahead with that.
And, ma'am, in your investigation, were you able to determine that Officer Holtzclaw at least acknowledged receipt of that via electronic means?
Yes.
So, in January, whether he logged in or logged out, obviously it shows where he logged in and logged out, correct? What?
Right. I gotta mute for just a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that was just bloody stupid.
This guy's a numpty.
He is a numpty. Or as we would say, Jack, he's a fanny.
Yeah, that too. I can put that voice back. I can put that voice back on. I shouldn't. It's hilarious, but I guess I'm like you guys. I have to laugh. I have to, or I'd be so damn mad right now. I'd have to just log off.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere.
Sometimes
You
we've got to make, like, us doing the voices and things like that. We do that for the audience so that it's more enjoyable for them to listen to. Because if we were just constantly droning on with this drivel, the way
It's maddening.
that it's written and everything like that, we'd be pulling our hairs out, and so would be the bloody viewers.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's carry on. Did I unmute?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah, line 4.
Oh, okay, line 4.
So in January, no, I did that one. So it's you're on the line 7.
Okay, right.
Are there an equal number in January where he is logged in and out on North May Avenue, close to 149th Street?
Yes. This is ridiculous.
Locations where he's logged out at the Kilpatrick Turnpike up on the north side of Oklahoma City.
Yes.
Locations where he's logged out over by the fairgrounds on Portland.
Yes.
Locations where he's logged out, even on South Morgan Road and Southwest 8th Street.
Yes.
In any event, Defendant's Exhibit number 3 covers a time frame. They're not chronological, I don't believe. Are they, ma'am? If you look at the way the pages are stapled together.
Oh my God. The back 4 pages seem to be chronological.
Well, the back 4 pages, it starts. The earliest date I'm seeing so far is December 21st of 2013. No, there's a November, September. Maybe it is. I apologize.
Of course, it would be in chronological order.
Dumbass.
I don't know any kind of. Oh my God! Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm so aggravated with this. He clearly does not like that Adams has pointed out that basically when, Daniel would get in his car at some point, before he got to the station or when he got to the station, he logged in. When he left the station, he got off of work, he logged out either at the station or sometime right afterwards.
Right.
He doesn't like that. He doesn't like that at all.
No, and it shows a pattern that was his pattern, which,
Right.
Hurts them when it comes to Jenny Liggins' case.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah. Okay.
I apologize. Okay. It looks like it starts in January of 2013.
Yes.
And so that part of this exhibit to Charlie 45, was he to Charlie 45 in January of 2013?
I don't know.
Okay. So let's go. Let's see. And then let's move forward to the dates that then Council was asking you about in January. That starts on the 4th page from the back.
Yeah.
All right. So the 4th page from the back. You with me?
Yep.
All right. So now we're into December of 13 and January of 14, correct?
Right.
All right. Do you know why, for example, and I've marked on mine so I can see that that one doesn't have a marking on it. The dates that Mr. Adams was asking you about, he asked you to go through and just check and see when you could find Spring Lake log-offs, correct?
Right.
Like, excuse me, like, I noticed right in the middle there's January 17th, 2014. There's a 1:58 a.m. end of shift. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
And then the next day, he would have started close to the 4:30, correct?
Close to 4.
Oh, close to 4. Yeah, well, it says 15:32 is when it says start shift. Do you see that one?
Yeah, it's not start. It's actually when he logs on, though. It's not when he starts the shift. Oh, God.
He logs on. And I apologize. Yeah, I'm going to stand here and do it because this kind of gets complicated. Oh my God.
Some bullshit. The fact that he's even going through all of this is ridiculous, you guys. It's insane.
Absolutely. It's the same thing as the when he was talking about the ADL.
Yeah, he's just trying to make what Adams explained very succinctly.
Yes.
He's trying to turn it and make it look dirty and wrong and
and
nefarious.
muddy. He just muddies it up.
Confusing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Muddy is a good word.
Yeah,
Okay.
muddy the waters. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yep. Okay.
And here he's at North May Avenue, all right? So at least when he went back to work, he logs on at North May Avenue, correct?
Right.
And that's at 4:32?
No, 3:32.
3:32. Oh, sorry. So close. And that is in the proximity of what you understand to believe is to be his house.
Right.
Then there's another entry at 1700, which would be 5,
Right.
showing an end shift and then he logged, and then he's at Spring Lake. Then he logs back on again, 23 minutes later, and it says start shift.
Right.
And then there's another end shift, 26 minutes later. And this time he's at Northwest 23rd and Martin Luther King, correct?
Correct. And this is also in February of 2014 at a time period we're not even talking about. But you go ahead. You go right on ahead.
And then we have him logging back on again. What is that? 4 minutes later?
Yes.
Yeah. 3 minutes later, and he's still at 23rd and Martin Luther King.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Oh my God. You're right. He did rape and assault and sodomize all these women.
In 3 minutes. In 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is insanity.
Oh my God, man. Okay. That's just one day. Now, the other dates don't seem to have all those off and ons. And then the dates that council was talking about are Spring Lake, correct?
Correct.
For the 18th and the 19th?
Correct.
All right. But then we go down and it looks like the 20th, there's some Spring Lakes. But then we go down to the 21st. And then the question I was asking earlier, when we have North Portland, correct?
Correct.
Long way from Spring Lake.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have on the 28th, North Portland. Then looks like he's off for a few days between the 21st and the 28th. And the 29th, he's at Quail Springs Mall.
Right.
Ending and starting. Then he's at Northeast 38th and the station. So that's back close to the Spring Lake station on the 29th.
Yeah, that's Staten. Yeah, that's close over there.
Close over there. But then the next day, on the 30th, he's at North May and back at his house again.
Correct.
So I think council's point was there's days that he logs on at the station and days that he logs on at home, correct?
Correct.
Oh, that's what he bloody said. Oh my God, man. This is getting So it is not unusual, at least at this time period, for him to do that way.
Correct.
All right. Would you agree that looking through these, ma'am, there's no real consistency with it?
Right.
However, and that would continue past the 27th, is the day that the chief's directive was issued. And does it appear that the inconsistencies as you go on down through into March, now that it continues, there seems to be a pattern where he's closer to that Kilpatrick, Northwest, North May area for a while, at least from March 12th through the 19th, during that series of shifts, those days, correct?
Sure. Yeah. Whatever the hell you just said. Correct.
Exactly.
God.
Oh my God, man. That was even hard for me to read. Christ. Then, on the 25th, Now we're back to the 23rd. Well, why did you say the friggin' 25th?
Uh,
Now we're
and
back to 23rd. Myanmar. So that's, well, 23rd Myanmar. I'm assuming that's 23rd and Myanmar. That's in the area of northeast Oklahoma City, correct?
yes, that's northeast.
That's not the Spring Lake station, but it's close.
No, it's not.
Then we're back to Kilpatrick. Then we're back to 36th. And then there's a series now starting at the 27th and going down into April where he's back towards his house, it appears, correct?
Correct.
And in fairness, then, there's some more where he's back at the station and then back at his house or in the area of his house, then back and forth, correct?
Correct. I gotta stop for a second. I'm probably lost most of my audience. Am I losing people? Because this is, oh, Kay's here. Oh, thank God. Kay, save us. We're drowning in the stupidity.
It's so
Well,
redundant,
let
him doing this.
Talk to us.
It's
Talk us down from the ledge, Kay.
absolutely
Oh my God. Can you imagine being on that jury and having to try to figure out what they're talking about?
Exactly.
This is ridiculous. I bet if we pulled Daniel's phone records, all these different times that he logs on at random places on his way to work, I bet some of those would be right after he finishes a phone call and he's getting close to work. They're probably like some rhyme. I don't know. What's the point of this anyway? So he logs on somewhere on the way to work and he logs off when he leaves the station.
Yeah, I don't know. It's, and so what? And so what?
And I bet if you pulled every other police officer's records, you would find some similar stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to make this seem, I mean, I know what Giger's trying to do, but I don't know what it did to the jury besides put them to sleep, piss them off, confuse them. I don't know. But to me, it's, never mind. It's wasting time. This is all a waste of time because none of what he's talking about has anything to do with any one accuser or anything else. This is just an effort to try to prove how out of control Officer Holtzclaw was with his starting and his stopping of his computer.
And what links these stellar detectives went to try to unravel this serial rapist case.
Yeah, it must have been so hard for them. Jesus.
It's unbelievable. I mean, he could have, and I mean, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I could have done a better job at asking Davies what the relevance of him switching it on and off. You know what I mean? Detective Davies, is it fair to say that this was an occasional occurrence that Mr. Holtzclaw would switch his computer on and off when he left the station or when he left home? Yes or no? There you go. You know what I mean? That's it. Done. Dusted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's outrageous. You know what? There are 26 people still watching on my channel. I'm not sure how many are on Foul Plays, but God bless you all for staying. I mean, it's important, and even if there was nobody here, I'm going to finish reading this and get through it. Because
Looks
I
like
feel
there's 10. There's 10 on foul play. So
okay, that's good. We're doing good then, because I think it's important to get it all out and make sure it's what is the word you've used, Kay? Memorialized. So
Mhm.
it's going to get
Yeah.
read. So we'll go ahead and keep reading. Though, like I said, those of you who are still here, God bless you and thank you. And we're going to go ahead. Kay, do you want to read the Kim Davis parts now? I'm done with that woman.
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you.
are you
Okay.
going? Are you going
I'll
to take
just
the
read the
court?
court part, yeah.
And I'll still be Scotty Davis. That's on fire right now. Okay, go ahead.
Or Adams.
I said Davis. I meant Adams. Yes.
Where are we?
I think line 20. Oh no, line 24.
Line 24. Yeah.
Who is this? Is Giger?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Then there's some Broadway extensions, North Prospect. These are all after the chief's directive, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, whenever we get into May, get April up here closer in time to Janie Liggins, there's one that's Martin Luther King, but that's it's North Martin Luther King and South Martin Luther King. I'm not sure what that means,
I don't know either.
but, and again, I'm sorry for the way I have to move this back and forth, but the end of May, we're at North I-235 off-ramp and North I-235 southbound, whatever that off-ramp is, correct?
Right.
23rd and Highland. But then there's a series that starts about May 7th, where we've got North May, Broadway Extension, North May, Kilpatrick Turnpike, North May. Then there's one at 50th and Willard. Do you know where Willard is?
I don't.
Northeast, on the east side, apparently, because one day he does that again.
Right.
Shuts it off somewhere on the northeast side of town. But then in May, we're back to Northway. Then there's one for Spring Lake Drive, back at the station, northwest side of town. Then we get in the southeast 70th and Old Glory. Then Spring Lake again. So there's not much consistency with what's going on. Would you agree?
I agree.
Come back to that in a minute. Mr. Adams had asked you some questions about Miss Gardner's testimony and Miss Gates' testimony in regards to whether or not Adaria had said something to her mother that night about meeting a hot cop, correct?
Yes.
During your conversations with Miss Gardner, with Adaria, did you ask her about that?
I did.
And what is it that she told you about that, ma'am?
Your Honor, which I would object to, as you're saying.
Come up. All right. Are you trying to elicit something that she didn't testify to here in court?
She said that her mother was mistaken about that she told this detective. He impeached her with consistent statements. She said in court what she didn't say in court. She said she didn't say anything to her. Her mum said she did. And it's in her report that she talked to Adaira about this, and Adaira's saying, no, I didn't tell my mom that. So I can now rehabilitate her with a prior consistent statement after counsel has impeached her with a prior consistent statement. Oh my God, man. This is no doing my dyslexia any bloody good, by the way.
No doubt.
Oh, I'll let you inquire as to what she said in court. In court. What she said when she testified in court. I'll sustain the objection as to out of court declarations.
But Your Honour, isn't that exactly what a prior consistent statement is allowed to do? If she said something in court, now she's been challenged about something in court. Now she's been challenged about something she said before, then the evidence code allows me to go into prior consistent statements.
I don't think it qualifies under this one. She can testify about what's in court, what she said in court. Baby.
Okay. Ma'am, you heard Adaria testify in court that she did not make a comment like that to her mother on that day about this officer, correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent with what she had told you on other occasions?
Yes.
Counsel asked some questions about what was said regarding your interview with Miss Coleman and her drug supplier, correct?
Yes.
He also referenced some questions that I was asking you yesterday about face and whether or not a field interview card should be done and that information passed on, correct?
Yes.
Was Miss Coleman's testimony and her statements, was her statement to you saying that Face was her drug dealer?
No.
It was someone else?
Right.
Also, in that regard, ma'am, based on your investigation, was information available to Officer Holtzclaw at the time of the stop that Face was in fact involved in selling drugs?
Yes, give me a goddamn break right now. Now, Gigger has the frickin' nerve to act like Holtzclaw can use Varuna to investigate something that he needs to find out when they've held that against him this whole time. That pisses me off.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's
exactly what Varuna's for, and he knows it. Evidenced by this question. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
We've been having our little meltdowns while you were away. You're fine.
Yeah, that's it. If you go back and watch the repeat, that's what me, Jack, and Rhonda and Susan have done, is be like, oh my God, man, are you for real?
It's been pretty rough.
I would not put myself through that.
I'm telling you, it was rough. It was
All
hard.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I'll try to stay on track here.
Okay, good luck.
Was there information available to Officer Holtzclaw at the time of the stop that he was a gang member?
Yes.
Was there information available to Officer Holtzclaw at the time of the stop that he was involved in using illegal drugs?
Yes.
So, when I was asking you questions about whether or not a field interview was done, did you understand the significance of why I was asking you those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that significance?
Because he had access to all the contacts that Face had with police. Yes, exactly how Varun is used. Now Face is with a juvenile. That information needs to be, he's a drug dealer. He's a gang member, and he's a drug user, and now he's with a 17-year-old girl.
The same page, the same Varuna printout that shows that Officer Holtzclaw ran Adaria Gardner at the time of the stop about 6:50 p.m. on June 17th, does he also on that same page that's in evidence show that he ran Face,
Yes.
the Nathaniel,
Nathaniel.
Yes.
Davis.
Oh, Davis. Sorry. I was trying to, I thought my phone was interfering with
You're
this
fine.
audio. I lost my place. Yes seemed like the right answer.
yeah,
It
that's
usually is.
the next one. Davis.
Yes.
He also ran Melody Coleman.
Yes.
When he ran Nathaniel Davis, that shows that he ran him, but the information that comes up on the screen, have you looked at that in your investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Come up.
Your Honor, my objection is number one, relevance. Number two, we're getting far afield here. Now we're just basically saying he's a bad cop. We ran this other guy. The only reason I even brought it up is because they brought it up indirect. But now it's just, he's a bad cop. He had all this information about this space guy. He's not calling it in, so he's a bad guy. And I object to this. Again, this is not a policy or administrative hearing. This is a criminal trial, and it goes to we don't. None of this evidence is relevant for purposes of why we're here, and I object to it.
Your Honor, my response is that it's relevant as if this officer is being portrayed as he is, as just a very concerned officer with this juvenile. That's why he's calling the juvenile's mother later that night, just to make sure she's home and safe. That when he comes in contact with someone who the Varuna print out overnight, he contacts police officers. Many field interview cards, I think 19 or 20, where he's identified as a gang member. He's identified as selling narcotics, but that he's identified as being arrested and prosecuted for a variety of crimes, including having narcotics. That is relevant and proper for this jury to hear that the officer did not even fill out a field interview card documenting this event, because it's been portrayed he has such concern for Adaira Gardner, he's now going to drive back by her house and call her mum on the phone to check about her well-being. I think it's become relevant. Additionally, counsel indicated yesterday that I misrepresenting things, information that was available to Mr. Holtzclaw at the time of the stop, and had a court's exhibit marked to support that. I would ask that the Varuna run that was available to Officer Holtzclaw, and is without dispute was available to him at the time of the stop, be marked as a court's exhibit, as well as showing that this information was in fact available to him. I also now want to go into the fact that on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different field interview cards that are documented on Varuna and would have been available to him at the time he ran him on Varuna, it shows that he's a member of the Rolling 60s gang. It's been put into evidence that Officer Holtzclaw has learned specific gang tactics as working on the gang team as to what to do when you come into contact with these individuals. And I think that is also relevant, that the information was available to him as well. And he did absolutely nothing to document this stop in any way.
Let me ask this. Haven't we asked all this and been answered? Because I'm tired of this shit.
No, sir.
All right. This is the thing. It's been brought out. You've brought it out with this detective that it was available to him, that he was a gang member. He sold drugs. He used drugs. And he was with a 17-year-old. You've asked, did he fill out field interview card on that? She said, no, he didn't fill out a field interview card. I will let you ask a question wrapping all this up, but we're not going to go through the Varuna, all 16 pages, and the Roland 60s, all that.
That's fine. Can I mark this as a court's exhibit?
Your Honor, just for the record, his court's exhibit is dated December the 15th, some 1 year after this case has been filed.
That's when it was run, Your Honour, but it contains information going back as far as 1997, which is available to the officer whenever he ran it. The fact that I ran it today or yesterday or whenever we ran it will show the most up-to-date information. And I'll admit, anything on here that's dated after June 17th of 2014 would not have been available to Officer Holtzclaw, but everything I've represented to the court so far was available to him.
I don't know. I don't know that because I don't have the Varuna run, and they're saying that's on that day on the 17th. All I see is the one that's dated January, today or yesterday, basically. And I don't know if Varuna's changed or whether or not that they've added to it. I don't know if it's the same when it was available, and I object to all of it.
Well, the jury will not see this. I don't know if it's going to make any difference to any other court that may review this at any other time or not. No, it doesn't, because they didn't even look at it. But specifically, the record's clear that, and I'm directing you not to specifically ask anything about that
All
after
right.
June 18th.
And I have not.
And so I'll let you have one more wrap-up question. Oh, thank God.
God.
Do we have to? Do we really have to? Ma'am, knowing that information was available to Officer Holtzclaw on June the 17th of 2014, does it remain significant to you that no field interview card was done?
Yes.
Counsel, come back up here real quick. I show that we already have 14, so that would be a 15.
I'll change it to 15, Your Honour.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ma'am, counsel asked you a series of questions about whether or not it was insinuated Officer Holtzclaw knew that Miss Adaria Gardner was a runaway at the time of the stop, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that information had not been uploaded into the Varuna system at that point?
Correct.
However, did you also believe counsel was insinuating that what Officer Holtzclaw was doing was simply checking on Adaira as a good officer would do, and that's the reason?
Your Honor, which I would object speculation.
Of the phone call.
Are you asking a different question as to...
I'll rephrase it, Your Honour.
All right.
Ma'am, did you hear Mr. Adams say, isn't it possible that he was just calling to check on Adaira that night?
Yes.
You also heard him point out to you that he called Adaira's mother, but not Adaira's telephone. Do you know why he had to call Adaira's mother's phone?
Adaira didn't have a phone.
And is that documented in your reports?
Yes.
Additionally, ma'am, he asked you whether that phone call was made as to what Miss Gates had testified in court. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Ma'am, as an officer, did Miss Gates identify or testify anything about Officer Holtzclaw saying, I'm concerned about your daughter, I want to check on her and make sure she's okay?
No.
In fact, did he even ask to speak to the girl's mother?
How the hell does she know? No.
Who did he ask to speak to?
Adara.
If Officer Holtzclaw was simply calling Adara's mother to make sure that this juvenile was now safely back in the care of her mother, is it significant to you that he asked to speak directly to Adara whenever the mother answered the phone?
Yes.
Why?
Because if you're calling to check and see if she's home and in the care of her mother, you would ask the mother.
Ma'am, counsel asked you a series of questions about whether or not it was proper to take a juvenile home and make sure that the house that he was at was available. Was her house correct?
Correct.
Additionally, ma'am, if he had any concerns about the child's mother's name or who the child's mother was that information available to him to run in Verona?
Yes.
And did Adaria testify that she had given this officer her mother's name whenever it's my mom's house, whenever she talked about?
Oh, yes. The picture? Yes. What?
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And was that consistent with what she told you when you interviewed her?
Yes.
And apparently, did Officer Holtzclaw learn Adaria's name from Adaria because he ran Adaria's mother's name in the Verona? Oh my bloody God, man.
Yes.
Fucking hell. Because during the phone call, apparently there wasn't even a time to exchange who I am talking to. Is this Adaria's mom, correct?
Correct.
So when he ran Adaria's mother in Verona at 11:40, the time of the phone call, he also could have ran that same information from Adaria when he took her to her house, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Your Honor, I'll just object to all the speculation.
I'll sustain the form of the question.
With that information, if he would have run it through Verona, been available to him at the time he dropped Adaria off at her house?
Object to this leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, it would have been.
But instead, this officer chose to try to go up into the house, correct?
Yes.
You told Mr. Adams that it wasn't improper for him to take the child home, correct?
Correct.
Was it proper for him to transport a child without calling the dispatcher and telling him he was going to do so?
Hold on a second. Gigger says you told Mr. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. I was getting names confused. It'll happen. Carry on.
What line are we on?
14.
Oh,
14.
No.
Good answer.
I'm gonna put my squeaky voice on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Line 15.
Was it proper for him to transport a child home without giving a beginning mileage and ending mileage?
No.
Was it proper for him to log out of
Your Honor, may I approach?
Come up.
Your Honor, again, we're back into policy trial. If it's against the Oklahoma City policy, I object because we're not here to have an administrative hearing whether or not he's done something that he should be fired for. That's what this case is turning out to be, a glorified administrative hearing. I object to all this. I would also ask that the jury be given an instruction that the last question not mean that he violated the law. Policy is not the law. Policy is an internal thing with the Oklahoma City Police Department. It has nothing to do with whether or not he's guilty of any of these crimes here beyond a reasonable doubt, and I object to all of it.
Your Honor, all of those things are completely appropriate for the jury to hear in regards to inferences they can draw from it. Counsel asked, is it proper for this officer to do what he did as an Oklahoma City police officer? And it is not.
Overruled.
Ma'am, was it proper for Officer Holtzclaw to try to enter a home without telling a dispatcher he was going into a home?
No.
With a juvenile girl?
No.
Was
You
it
can
proper?
Go into a home anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the objection in that?
Yep.
Yeah. Was it proper for Officer Holtzclaw to log out on his computer system some 10 to 15 minutes before he actually leaves that address and leaves that juvenile girl unattended?
What?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question as leading and suggestive.
And untrue, for a matter of fact. What is he talking about?
I don't know.
There's no AVL that shows that.
Was it proper for Officer Holtzclaw to log out on his computer system? He never logged. No.
He
This
didn't
never
log out
happened.
until he logged out right at 50th and
He closed the case.
yeah, that's not logging out. That's misleading to the jury.
Yeah.
Very,
makes the
very.
jury think, and if they've forgotten what Janie Ligon's testimony was, which she was probably the first one on the stand, because that's how they would start their case. I mean, give me a break. He logs out when he leaves the station right before he stops Janie Ligon's, not some 2 hours earlier. That just misleads the jury right there.
Well, yeah, that really, I've never seen that before, that Giger asked that.
Close the call is not log out.
Right. And for them, why is this happening? I'm trying to highlight this and it's not letting me.
I see. You're not doing it right for some reason, huh?
I guess not.
You don't know how to use the highlighter, it looks like.
I've been highlighting shit for years. I think I know how.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, well, then you come up here and do it because I don't know why it's not highlighting. I wonder if it's because I have my ribbon closed. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. But anyway, I'll get it marked.
Well, that was crap.
Well, that's just, he never logged. Okay, was it proper for Officer Holtzclaw to log out on his computer system some 10 to 15 minutes before he actually leaves that address and leaves that juvenile girl unattended? He did not log out of his
And he
AVL.
wouldn't have closed the call 10 to 15 minutes either.
No.
I mean, well, we played last week his radio traffic calling her in on his second encounter and couldn't find the return call.
Right.
So we need to look for that and look at this time frame to see, because if he's trying to say that he closed the call with Adara, right after he called her in. That sounds like what he's trying to say, but he's saying log off, which leads the jury to believe that he's turning his computer off.
Well, it says log out on his computer system.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a little paragraph of bullshit. Okay.
He objects to the form of the question as leading and suggestive.
Or how about?
I mean, is that what suggestive objection as to suggestive means? I don't.
No,
I'm
facts not should be facts, not evidence.
Yeah,
Is Cherie on here?
somewhere. I don't know if she's here
Yeah,
in foul play.
Yeah, she's around.
Cherie, help us. Yeah, that's just
What would the objection be? I guess.
facts, not an evidence.
Yeah.
Well,
To
yeah.
me.
Good job, Rhonda.
No. Jack said it. I first, but I agree with him 100%. I don't know what's happening here. Oh, there are strange things afoot at the Circle K right now. Okay.
Okay.
Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted.
Okay.
Oh, that's just wrong. That's like a big thing. To me, that's just a blatant freaking lie.
Well, it leaves the jury to collate this in their brains. So
Yeah.
they've saved this victim for last, for impact, because she's the DNA, she's the girl, she's the young girl.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm echoing.
I don't hear you.
Okay, I'm hearing everything I'm saying right back to myself.
Oh.
So can this jury collate this back to the first victim that they put on the stand? And realize that, hey, this, what they just said to us couldn't be true, because unless he logged right back on, I mean, it leads them to either not connect it or to think that he's logging off and on, which maybe that's what Giger's trying to make him think right here, is that he's logging off and on, because
Yeah.
and
Just
maybe
willy-nilly,
in his
evidently.
closing, haven't read the closing before, so
Yeah, well, the way in cross-examination, Kay, Adams, the way I picked it up is Giger had done a whole spiel about the ADLA and switching it on and switching it off on this street, that street, and the next street, and everything like that. So when Adams came back to cross, what he was basically pointing out was that it was like a regular, on a regular basis, that Daniel would switch off his computer when he left somewhere, like his home or the station or something like that. And he did a really good job of getting her to admit that no, it wasn't, it wasn't nothing major that he switched his computer on and off. And this is the redirect for Barkeed Giger, and it is just a load of fucking waffle.
yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Line 6.
I'll sustain it to the form of the question.
Ma'am, did Officer Holtzclaw follow? Was it proper in the way he transported this young lady as an Oklahoma City police officer?
Mr. Adams?
Line 11.
I
Crap,
object.
sorry. Crap, I'm sorry. I was muted. I muted myself.
Okay.
I apologize. Line 11. I object to the form proper as to what?
Well, that's been asked and answered, so sustained.
Did he log out before he left?
Yes. Once again.
Did he tell the dispatcher via his computer that he was back on the streets and closed and left that address at the exact same time that Adalia Gardner said he was raping her?
Yeah.
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor, as leading and suggestive.
Sustained.
The fact that Officer Holtzclaw on June 18th was using his personal cell phone to contact and attempt to contact an alleged victim in this case, is that significant to you?
They only have. What is he talking about?
What?
Like, which other cell phone is he going to use? It's not like Oklahoma City gave him one to use if he needed to. While he's on duty, you can only use your official police cell phone. He doesn't have a police
Doesn't
cell
have that.
phone.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Even headquarters calls him on his personal cell phone. Jesus.
Using his
Yes.
personal
Yes. Yes.
Oh, God.
Had
this-
you done it before in other investigations that you had revealed at this time?
Yes.
Oh, God.
And who was that with?
Shardarion Hill.
As an Oklahoma City police officer, do you think it's appropriate to use your personal cell phone to try to contact underage juvenile females?
No.
Ma'am, in regards to Adalia Gardner's testimony, whenever she was testifying about her contact with Officer Holtzclaw, the defendant in this case, did she testify that he stopped her and the two other individuals and ran their names?
Yes.
We've already been over this. You've fucking done this push at the beginning, so why are you going over it again? Oh. Was that consistent with what she had told you previously?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to unmute again. My bad. Your Honor,
All right, come up a minute. Where are you wanting to go with this? Yeah, fucker, where are you going?
Yeah, I can point out prior consistent statements when her credibility and prior inconsistent statements have been brought up in cross-examination.
All right, this is the thing. I'm not going to allow you to go through everything that she told the detective.
Okay.
Everything that she testified to and then asked the detective if it's consistent. That's getting into just bolstering the testimony of someone that's already testified, for basically the jury to hear her testimony twice.
Okay, I think the evidence code allows it, Judge, but I just need your ruling.
Well, I gave you my ruling, dumb shit, and it's that you can't do it. So the thing is, the witness is testified.
Yes, sir.
When you ask a question, did she testify this way? And the detective, did she testify and say A, B, C, and D? The detective then says, yes, she said that.
All right.
And then you say, is that consistent with what she told you before? And she says yes. So it's getting the judge
Yeah.
pissed off.
yeah, come on, Dumpty. Let's go. Giddy up.
Will you allow me?
No, I will not.
Oh, but please.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna do you a favor here. Just a second. You'll like this. I'll just do a little of it. Kind of break this up. Here we go. Here it is.
Well, you allow me for the detective to say what she said wasn't consistent before us, opposed to me saying it, asking her what she did. What she did tell you that was consistent with her testimony.
Oh my God. Thank you, Jack. Oh. Well, Well, the point that I'm trying to make is I'm not going to allow the victim, alleged victim's testimony, to basically come in twice.
Okay.
God.
Detective Davis, in regards to the facts and circumstances of Adaria Gardner's testified to regarding the inappropriate conduct of Officer Holtzclaw, you with me?
Yeah.
Was there anything significantly inconsistent, in your opinion, with what she testified in court at the preliminary hearing and compared to what she told you during your initial interview with her?
No.
May I have just 1 second, Judge? Ma'am, do you remember counsel asking you about what Officer Holtzclaw had said during his interview about his logging off in regards to defendant's exhibit number 3?
Yes.
Do you recall what Officer Holtzclaw said during his interview about logging off his computer system and when he logged off it?
Like on a particular day or?
In general, what he said about it.
I'm not smart enough to get what you're trying to get me to say, Giger.
I'm not
Yeah.
picking up
No.
what you're putting down.
Yeah,
I wish
I was
I
going
knew
to.
what you wanted me to say right now.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Rhonda. I'm not picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah.
I'm too dumb to. We forgot. Is this something you told me earlier?
Yeah, did we rehearse this part?
Oh shoot!
Yes, do you not remember we coached you in this part, you know? God's sake, women, are you with me?
Are you with me?
Horrible testimony.
Alice, you're cracking my husband up over here. Stacy loves Alice.
I should do the helium chipmunk voice again.
Yeah.
Big love to Stacey.
Big love to Stacy.
I could listen to her read the phone book.
You hear me?
What did he say?
He
I
said
could listen to her read a phone book. Yeah, it's hilarious.
That's funny.
If the recording reflects that Officer Holtzclaw said,
You're muted, Jack.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor, to which I would object as leading and suggestive. Now he's going back to if the recording.
I could cue it up, Judge, if that's what I need to do.
Well, if you need to refresh her recollection of that, oh God.
All right, Judge, give me just a minute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess, admonish, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Thank you. You can be seated. All right. Let the record reflect that everybody's back in court, and Detective Davis, don't forget that you're still under oath and you're still not supposed to be lying.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gigger, go.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Davis, in regards to defendant's exhibit number 3 and your interview with the defendant, in this case regarding his actions with Janie Liggins, ma'am, do you recall what the defendant said about his routine and when he logged off his computer? Oh, here we go again.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Why are we going back to Janie Liggins?
No,
Stop.
man, what did you say?
Oh.
He said he always logs off.
Did you ask him specifically in that interview about, not by name, but the chief's directive about staying logged on until you're home?
She says yes, but she didn't know about that directive at that time. She
No,
did give him a speech and tell him that's not very good officer safety.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what if you got a call or what if you got in trouble and needed help? I'm giving you my mommy speech here, she
Yeah.
says. So
the
that's some
only thing.
bullshit right there. She has no clue about the chief's directive at the time of that interview.
No, she didn't.
Giger's such a effing ugh.
Yeah. We know.
Hate
We
that
feel you.
guy.
and in response to that question, what did he say?
I always log off.
Ma'am,
Wait, I gotta hang on. I gotta. What's the interview about? No. That's a trick, because Giger says, "Did you ask him specifically in the interview about not by name, but the chief's directive by staying it?" And then she says yes, and then he says, "And in response to that question, what did he say? I always log off." That's a false everything, because she never said anything about the chief's directive.
Well, not by name.
She's such a fucking liar. I can't
Like, is he trying to insinuate that she was so sneaky that she wanted to question him about the chief's directive, but just to be covert like she is, she didn't use the name chief's directive. She just asked him about logging off until he, staying logged on until he got home.
Yeah, and then it apply, and then when she says that Holtzclaw said, "I always log off," that implies that that Holtzclaw directly ignored a chief's directive, and
Right.
that's horrible.
She had no access. She
Yeah,
knew nothing about the
nothing
chief's
about it.
directive.
That's so much more
That's some
bullshit.
shady shit question right there. Not by name, as the party put in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry.
no, you're fine.
These guys are so gross.
Yep, they
And
certainly
what
are.
would Kim Davis say about that? Well, that's just good prosecuting to
That's
me.
just good lawyering.
That's just good prosecutor right there.
Yeah.
Blink, 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 blink.
I'm not very techno.
I always get this. You remember how when kids are little and they got snot and stuff, they take the palm of their hand, like the butt of the palm of their hand, and run it up their nose and forehead.
That's what she does in her deposition.
That's my image. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Carry on. Oh, Jesus, God help
Ma'am,
us.
on Defendants Exhibit 3, in the last page, obviously, is the day he was placed on leave. It's the end of the shift that he acknowledged to you in his interview that he logged off just north of Spring Lake Briefing Station. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been 1:58, just very shortly before 2 a.m. when his shift ended, correct?
Correct.
And 20 minutes after he vaginally raped Kayla Lyles.
Right.
When he logged on for the shift, that would have begun around 4, about 3:30. He logs on and he's actually at North MacArthur Boulevard and South Memorial, correct?
Right.
Which is a long way from Spring Lake.
Yes.
Now, the date preceding June 17th that he was on duty shows that he didn't work for 6 days before that, and that was on June 11th, correct?
Correct.
So, as he was describing to you that he always logs off in relation to the shift that ended on the 18th, the next shift before that would have been the shift that ended on 6/11, correct?
Right.
And where did he log off on 6/11?
MacArthur, and you'd have to scoot it over for me to tell you the cross street.
I'm sorry.
Memorial.
Okay. Does he always log off at Spring Lake Station?
No.
But in explaining his actions with Janie Liggins, that's what he told you, correct?
No, that's not. Yeah, she says correct. That is absolutely not what he told her.
No.
That's not even what she asked. No, at no time was Spring Lake logging off at Spring Lake ever mentioned, ever. Not one time.
I wish Scott would have caught that.
Yeah, he should have caught that.
Yeah, he should have.
Yeah,
And rebutted it.
And
definitely.
I'm still asking, why are we on Janie Liggins right now?
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, go ahead.
And ma'am, in regards to the time that Officer Holtzclaw had been on duty, how many days had he been off before he went back to work on the 17th?
6.
And on the 17th, in your investigation, how many women did he assault during that shift?
Oh,
3.
Jesus.
Finally, ma'am, thank fuck. Finally, ma'am, in regards to his actions with Janie Liggins, do you recall whenever he was describing the search he conducted of Janie Liggins
Yes.
and asking him about the search of Janie Liggins in regards to a female? Was that significant to you in your investigation?
Your Honor, which I would object outside the scope of my cross.
Come up a minute. Tell me what your question was again.
The question is that as he described that search, he described, because they were asking about searching a female, he backhanded searched her in the interview. That's my question. That's what I anticipate her answer will be.
Well, yeah, the judge is confused as everyone else because
The
what he
question
just
is-
asked you, what was your question?
Now,
Yeah,
was
what's
your
the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What all was that answer?
Oh my God. The question
Notorious
is what now?
script.
How did he describe conducting the search of a female Janie Liggins?
Okay.
How did he say he did it? He said, I backhanded searched her.
Okay.
That's my question.
I bet
Okay.
Davis is listening to all this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. And your objection is outside the scope
Of cross.
of cross.
I didn't even touch. All I touched on with her,
Was logging off.
the log on, log off is it. I mean, there was nothing else I got into because I thought we'd already covered all this, and I was trying to stay away from it.
And Your Honor,
Well, this is what I'll allow you to ask that question. It was brought up. Janie Liggins' name was brought up in the cross-examination.
that's the only other issue I'm going into.
All right. Well, that's it then.
Even the judge is telling me hurry up and shut the fuck up.
No doubt.
God.
And when you were inquiring of all this officer as to how he conducted a search of a female, was it significant to you in what he was going to tell you in that regard for your investigation at that time?
Yes.
And how did he describe he conducted the search of the female suspect?
He said that he used the back of his hand. Yeah,
He
she's sitting
backhanded
listening
her?
to him. Yes.
That's all. Pass the witness.
All right. Mr. Adams, specifically on those new areas. That's it. Nothing
Oh
else.
yeah, tell him. I think he's preaching to the wrong attorney.
For real.
No doubt. God.
Oh,
Like
dang.
Adams is in trouble for what Giger just did.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Do you want to pause for a second here? Or you want to continue on?
Oh, I mean, unless somebody on the panel or some question or something, let's just
Power,
power through it. Yeah, get it
power
done.
through it and get done. You got it. Yes, Your Honor. Defective Davis. Regards to the defendant's Exhibit 3, you testified earlier you did not know what Officer Holtzclaw's address was, correct?
Correct.
First, fact, if you'll take a look at what you've introduced as an exhibit 126, this is a document, Exhibit 126, document offered by the government in this case. Is Officer Holtzclaw's name with 4200 North May, number 11. Do you see that? And this is at the...
You said the wrong address.
Oh, bitch.
The what? 14200 North May, number 811, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73134. And whatever that means.
That's Patrol Shift 2 Spring Lake.
Okay. So that was supposed to be his home address, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you introduced, or what the government introduced in this case, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit number 3, Defendant's number 3, which is the log on, log off. Do you have it?
No. Where do you want me to look?
Well, why don't you look at anywhere on there to see if you see 14200 North May anywhere on Defendant's Exhibit 3 that he ever logged on or off at his house ever.
Nope.
So you would agree with me, and I had to request those records during this trial, correct?
Gigger.
Yeah, I'm muted. Ask and answered.
Well, I'll sustain the objection as to
When were those records produced to me?
Within the last month.
Yeah, during this trial, correct?
Yes.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Upon my request after there was an issue of whether or not it was unusual for Officer Holtzclaw to log on and log off other than at his house, correct?
Say that again.
Trying to determine whether or not it was an unusual event for Officer Holtzclaw to log on and log off at places other than his home, correct?
I don't know why you requested it. You just asked for it, and I got it for you.
Well, you would agree with me that he told you in his interview that he always logs off before he gets home, correct?
Yes.
And that record, Defendant's number 3, bears that out, and he is absolutely telling 100% the truth, correct?
That he always logs off before he gets home?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, when you say, I'll give you my lecture, so you always log off when you're done, meaning he's done with his shift. And he says the majority of the time, yes. And that number 3 reflects that, and that he was telling you the truth.
Yes.
And Mr. Giger just had Defendant's 3 up here, and he was referencing the 18th of June, right? And he's talking about he logs off right as he leaves the Spring Lake section, and then he wanted to talk about the next couple of days. Do you see that on the 11th?
I see June 11th, yeah.
He's over on Kelly. Still not there at his house, though, is it?
No.
And then again, he's back at Spring Lake, isn't he? He's logging on and logging off at the station just as he did on the 18th, correct?
Yes.
And if we keep going up, it's just as you've just testified. Nowhere in here, nowhere in the documents that I've requested does it ever show Officer Holtzclaw logging on or off, logging off at his computer at his home, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your redirect examination, I heard for the first time that you had a 2.5-hour trip with Adira Gardner.
Okay. See, they left that. I missed that. I'm going to have to go back and read that part of this testimony because when they're talking about the whole questioning in the AVL when they have her on the stand
Yeah.
earlier in Adara's case.
Yeah.
They don't talk about the first time, or they're asking Adara, I guess it's Adara's testimony, where the first time she met Kim Davis was at the Oklahoma City Police Department.
That's right.
A thing about her picking her up in Muskogee and them stopping at McDonald's 3 times to drag the trip out or any of that.
Right.
Yep, that just came up, and
Wow.
well, while you were gone, actually.
I'll have to go back and look
During
at that.
direct. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Line 7. Is there any report or any paperwork anywhere in this case that has literally produced thousands and thousands of documents that would tell me, or anyone representing Officer Holtzclaw, that you had a 2.5 hours with Adara Gardner in a car from Muskogee to Oklahoma,
Muskogee.
from Muskogee to Oklahoma City? Anything?
There's no report on that.
There's nothing, is there?
No.
Is there any recording of this 2.5 hour transport from Muskogee to Oklahoma City when you're alone with Detective Holman in the car with Adara Gardner about anything that's said in that car?
No.
Was it during that time that Adara Gardner was confused and you were telling her about the GPS device for the AVL in Detective Holtzclaw's car?
I have no idea what all we talked about during that 2-hour trip.
I'm sure you don't. Well, could you have talked about the GPS, the AVL, on the trip from Muskogee back to Oklahoma City?
It's possible that we talked about her being scared to testify and will anybody believe her? And it's possible that I said we have some things to back up what you said.
Now, why would you not document that anywhere in any report or anything?
That's just not done. What? That's just not done. We went to give her a ride to the prelim.
And again, that was in no way recorded.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Rhonda? We went to give her a ride to the prelim? Is that when that car ride happened? Not prior to her coming in to...
That's what she's saying, but...
Okay, so we know she was in Detroit, and according to her mom, she missed her flight from Detroit back to, I'm assuming, Oklahoma City. So she would have been in the city, I guess. I've always thought, and I thought I knew this from facts somewhere, that they had to go down to Muskogee to get her to interview her.
That's what I thought, but they make it all sound not that.
I guess we just need the receipts, need to FOIA the receipts for those McDonald's meals that they paid for her on the way back.
Yep.
And see when that was.
When it was. Yeah, I thought for the first interview.
Why wouldn't they memorialize that? If they didn't talk, then okay. There's maybe.
Jack, that's just not done.
It's not done.
We went to give her a ride. Jack, I need.
Yeah, I gotta get.
And we didn't tell her that when she said that she was scared to come forward, that nobody would believe her because it was a cop. We accidentally slipped out and tell her, "Oh, don't worry, darling, we've got GPS."
Yeah, have another Big Mac and an apple pie.
Here, you want something to read on the way home?
Yeah, exactly.
You want to study these? Look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to give you these pieces of paper to write on, and you just write the route that he took on the back of those pages for me.
Yep.
Oh, what are these maps?
Oh, you weren't supposed to see those. Oh, well, too late now.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Can you imagine what went on for that 2.5 hours, really?
With Blinker in the car? No, I really can't.
First of all,
I
you have
really.
to listen to that voice of hers and her sniffling snot. But beyond that,
And then her sleeve, whatever's on left on that crawling around.
I mostly love the way she spits her teas at the end.
it's all of it. Everything about her is
All
just
right.
gross.
We've
Yeah,
got to be close to being finished with this
Uh,
marathon.
we've
Yeah, we're
we've
almost
got
got a few more.
we got 5 pages and we're good. I'll start on line 6. And why would you not document that anywhere in any report or anything?
That's just not done. We went to give her a ride to the prelim.
And again, that was in no way recorded.
No.
Do you know why today was the first day I was ever told about that?
I have no idea.
You also testified that everything Ms. Gardner told you was consistent with what she testified to, correct?
Yes.
That's not exactly true because she also testified that you talked to her at the meeting of 10/24/2014 about the GPS and the AVL in Officer Holtzclaw's car, correct?
But I told you when I testified that she was confused about that.
That's what you say. But when you answered Mr. Giger's question, did she testify consistently with everything she told you? Your answer was yes.
With everything she told me, yes. Giger.
Your Honor, wasn't my question. My question was, did she testify about the inappropriate contact with this defendant? That was my question, and that's what she said yes to.
I don't think so.
All right, overruled. The jury will remember it as they remember it. No, they won't. They don't remember any of this shit by now.
But what you're saying here is she is mistaken or not telling the truth in regards to the discussions about the AVL, the GPS system, correct?
Yes. You asked me if her testimony, my question or my answer to Galen was whether her testimony was consistent with me, with what she told me during my interview. Yes, it was because during my interview we didn't talk about GPS. What her testimony was about the incident is exactly what she told me.
What the hell?
But in regards to your interview with her, it's still your contention that you never talked to her about the GPS or the AVL as she testified to.
Yes, we did not talk about that.
Now, other than Adira Gardner, what other of the alleged victims in this case have you spent 2.5 hours with in a vehicle alone?
Trying to think, because we had to give a lot of victims rides, but she was the furthest one out because she was in Muskogee.
Okay. So would it be a fair statement to say that each and every one of these alleged victims that you had time with them exceeding an hour alone with them where no report was made and no recording was made?
Probably not exceeding an hour, no, because anybody that we gave a ride lived here in Oklahoma City except for her.
So within 30 minutes to an hour that you had alone with these alleged victims, there where no recording was made and no report would be made. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair. Not Rocky's victims, though, just mine. I never gave rides to Detective Gregory's victims.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he had an opportunity to spend 2.5 hours with any of his people that he was in control of, that he did not either do a report or recording of?
I have no idea.
Bullshit. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness with very long tongues. Thank you.
last word, Mr. Giger? Oh, God.
Thank you. Oh my God, do I have to?
We're almost done.
Please don't make me do any more.
Oh, shoot.
Miss Davis, is it common in your experience for witnesses and victims in cases to spend hours in the DA's office waiting to testify?
Object to the form leading and suggestive.
Overruled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes, it is common.
And other practices in place during those conversations, do you know whether or not they are told about different specific items of evidence?
During conversations with,
While they're waiting, during any of the pre-trial preparation, do we go through, there's that we again, Rhonda,
I
do we
know,
go through and show them what other witnesses are saying, things like that?
not what other witnesses are saying, no.
That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?
Correct.
And is that the way the trials have been done and witness preparations and witnesses waiting have been done for years and years and years in the courthouse?
Object to the form leading and suggestive.
Sustained.
Oh, buck up, my telly's just switched off. Give me a sec.
Metal switched off.
Even my telly's getting bothered
tired
with
of this shit.
it. Just like, right, no more. No friggin' more.
Oh my God. The way this guy, Giger, goes around with his chest all puffed out all the time, acting all arrogant as shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so disgusting.
It really is.
Is that common in your experience in 17 years and working and helping to prosecute these cases?
Yes.
And have you given witnesses and victims rights many times in many cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, leading and suggestive.
Overruled.
Of course it is.
And is that common? And is that appropriate in your understanding of the way prosecutions are done in the state of Oklahoma?
Yes.
During
The Quintet state of
Lord, okay, why
Oklahoma.
don't you pound your chest about how good we are in Oklahoma at prosecutions? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Eat
For real.
those words, Gig.
during the time that you spent with Adaria Gardner, transporting her, or as she waited to testify for hours, or contacting her in any regards in the matter of this case, did you give her any information after your initial information? Did you give her any information that you believe was inappropriate?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
No.
Sorry.
I sure did. Did you have any of those types of communications before your initial recording with her and your initial interview with her in October?
No.
And in regards to that initial interview, even though Miss Gardner has said that her memory is that you talked about GPS during that, is that interview recorded?
Yes.
And has Mr. Adams had a copy of that for a long time?
Yes.
And anywhere in that recording, do you say that?
No.
Your Honor, which I would object as leading and suggestive.
All right. Sustained on that.
Do you talk about GPS at all during that interview?
No.
In regards to anything Mr. Adams has asked, have you given it to him in this case?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You need to step down now. Jesus,
Oh my
God, thank
gosh.
God it's over. Oh,
Isn't it interesting how they can pound away at something that Daniel didn't do as a policy violation or just as a, like the field interview cards, filling all those out. But if Kim Davis doesn't record an interview or doesn't write a report on an interaction that she has where she spends 2.5 hours with an accuser, that's different.
yeah.
Right.
I mean,
That's
they're making a huge deal out of these policy violations or with the field interview cards, those aren't required. And didn't she testify to that earlier? Filling out the field interview cards are not required.
You know what? She probably did, not during this testimony, but probably at some other part, another accuser.
I mean, because he would fill out field interview cards when he gathered intel, because, those are used to add to Varuna to give officers extra information, like they were talking about in, when they were ragging on him with the Nathaniel Davis issue, saying, didn't he have access to Nathaniel Davis's, to face his whole record, to see that he was a gang member, to see that he had all of these drug charges and stuff like that. And, why would he not immediately, I guess, call Adara's mom and tell her that? Why would he wait and try to talk to her in person when she got home? I don't know. It's just so crazy to me that it's two sets of rules. It's so hypocritical. And I know this is just a game. A trial is really just a game. It's who can make the jury hear things the loudest and make their comments stick in the jury's brain.
Yep.
I mean, I would hate to be a prosecutor who had to craft a fiction for every single person's life that I was in charge of. I had to just make up something. I mean, you think about what he has made up against Daniel. Some of these things that they say about Daniel are it's just ridiculous. It's a horrible work of fiction.
Yeah. I like what Catnit said here. They're making those violations as predatory patterns of behavior. That's exactly the right words to use for that.
Right. Well, the more predatory patterns of behavior are Kim Davis and Rocky Gregory not recording interviews. And
I just fixed to ask Alice if she's dragging her laptop across the floor.
Yeah, they are good at it, TJ.
I mean, just because I'm, not nearly as familiar with this testimony, or I'm just going to say Giger's style at trial. Other than what we've been doing here, the last, I don't know, however long we've been kind of at this.
A long time.
Well, I mean, but,
okay. I thought you were talking about just tonight. Never mind.
No. I'm talking about, last several, podcasts going into this testimony. I don't know. It's just, I've not read thousands and thousands of different cases, but I've read at least some of many cases of prosecutors asking questions. I have never seen a prosecutor be allowed to lead a witness like he does.
Mhm.
It's every witness. It's terrible.
Yeah. He
I
just
don't.
testifies for them.
He does. He absolutely does.
Yep.
I mean, there for a long stretch, when Susan, before she left, it was yes, correct, correct, yes, and he was just testifying for her.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh God, that was truly a marathon.
Brutal, brutal,
So glad to be through.
brutal.
Yeah. So we're gonna be done now.
You think?
You're
Think
funny.
we'll get done before the clock rolls over to 5 hours?
Yeah,
You're funny.
hopefully. So I want to thank. We're gonna do the closing next week, I guess. I don't know. I depending on how many pages it is, I might have to break it into two because I can't.
Let's do it. Marathon. Do it.
Oh,
Everyone
God.
buy Pepto. Everyone buy Pepto. And whatever acid reflux medication you take.
Whatever your choice of caffeine, whatever. I guess. Well, yeah, I would really like to get through it. We'll see. We'll try to get through all of it next week. But so for tonight, though, we're done. There's so much that can be talked about, and but I'm not talking about it anymore tonight because I'm going to get something to eat and go to bed. Travis, thanks for popping in just as we're getting ready to take off, bud.
Hey,
Yeah,
there.
you're gonna have to listen to this because it was some pretty rough testimony to get to read.
He'd
Much less
rather
listen
probably
to.
just read it.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Anyway, so next week we'll come back and read the closing arguments and go ahead, Jack.
Wasn't me.
Oh, okay. Oh, Travis says he's been listening for a while. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hey, Travis, how you doing?
So I want to just say thank you to Alice for stepping in at kind of the last minute and reading Gigger's lies. And I would like to thank myself for stomaching my way through some of Kim Davis's lies and testimony, and Kay as well, and Jack as well for reading. You kind of had the easiest part as far as I'm concerned, Jack. Well, maybe the court did, but anyway.
Well, yeah. Besides, Scott Adams setting himself on fire, 4 or 5 times. Yeah, everything else was good though.
Everything else was gravy.
Right.
So we'll come back next week and we will finish up the trial with the closing arguments, and it's going to piss you off. So just be prepared for that. And I don't know. I didn't even catch everybody who was in chat tonight. I didn't get much chance to go into the chats at all, but for every single one of you that have been here and are still here, and yeah, you don't be. I'm not telling any news or anything right now because it's not my place, but that doesn't last for very long anymore for you, Mr. 10. So, but anyway, we're going to say goodnight for now. And many, many thanks to all of you who have stuck through and listened to this whole thing because we know it wasn't easy. So until next time, peace out.
Good night, everybody.
Ciao.
I like you better when you're in here. I get entertained.
Yeah, that's good.
Funny.